Texas Treasure. Chapter 1. The letter crackled in Frank Cordell's pocket as he walked the main street of San Antonio, boot heels clicking against sun-baked planks. 3 days of hard riding from Louisiana had left him trail-worn and broke, but the paper in his shirt carried promise, his dead aunt's final gift pointing him toward the Hutchins spread north of the city. "You Frank Cordell?" Frank turned. A barrel-chested man with silver whiskers studied him from the shade of a mercantile awning. Sweat stains darkened the armpits of his cotton shirt despite the early morning hour. "Depends who's asking." "Wade Hutchins. Got your aunt's letter 2 weeks back." The rancher stepped into the street, spurs jangling. "Said you might show up looking for work." Frank pulled the worn envelope from his pocket. Didn't know if the old girl was telling tales or truth. Martha Cordell never lied about anything in her life. Stubborn as a mule, but honest. Hutchins grabbed the letter, scanned the faded ink. "Says here you can handle horses, and you ain't afraid of hard work." "Both true." "What about cattle?" "Steers don't scare me none." Hutchins folded the letter, handed it back. "My foreman quit last week. Took 3 good men with him. Left me short-handed with a drive coming up." He paused, measuring Frank with pale blue eyes. "You willing to prove what your aunt claimed about you?" "What's the pay?" "40 a month and found. Extra 10 if you make it through the Nebraska drive." Frank had 17 cents in his pocket, and no prospects beyond this conversation. "When do I start?" "Right now. Got a horse that needs breaking. Nobody's been able to stay on him more than 6 seconds. Hutchins grinned, showing tobacco-stained teeth. "You last longer than that, the job's yours." They rode north from San Antonio, Hutchins on a steady bay mare, Frank on a borrowed paint gelding that seemed determined to step in every prairie dog hole between town and the ranch. The conversation came in short bursts between long silences. "Your aunt mention anything about what happened to your folks?" Hutchins asked as they crested a low hill. "Cholera took them when I was 12. Hard way to start life." Frank shrugged. "Makes a man appreciate what he's got." The Hutchins ranch sprawled across a valley where mesquite trees cast thin shadows and cattle dotted the grassland like scattered coins. A 2-story frame house sat near a cluster of barns and corrals, smoke rising from its kitchen chimney. Frank counted at least 200 head of longhorns grazing in the distance. "Not bad for a man who started with nothing," Hutchins said, following Frank's gaze. "Built this place from scratch after the war. Takes 12 men to run it proper, but I'm making do with 8. They rode into the main yard where 3 cowboys leaned against a corral fence, watching something inside. Frank heard the thunder of hooves against dirt, the sharp crack of wood splintering. "There's your test," Hutchins said, pointing toward the corral. Inside the enclosure, a black stallion wheeled and bucked, muscles rippling under his coat like water. He stood maybe 16 hands high, with white markings on his face and legs. Every time he moved, Frank caught the wild gleam in his dark eyes. "Devil horse," said one of the cowboys, a weathered Mexican with silver threading his mustache. "Threw Jimmy Prescott so hard he's still seeing stars." "Where'd he come from?" Frank asked. "Caught him running wild up in the hills," Hutchins replied. "Figured to break him for a saddle horse, but he's got other ideas." Frank climbed the fence rails, studied the stallion's movements. The horse had intelligence. Frank could see it in how he calculated each buck, each twist. This wasn't random fury. This was strategy. "Saddle him up," Frank said. The Mexican cowboy, Miguel the others called him, shook his head. "That horse will kill you, boy." "Maybe. But I ain't dead yet." Miguel and another hand named Caleb Wright roped the stallion, fought to get a blanket and saddle on his back. The horse stood rigid, every muscle coiled like a spring. His nostrils flared with each breath. Frank approached slowly, talking in low tones. "Easy there, partner. Nobody wants to hurt you." The stallion's ears twitched forward. "Just want to see if we can come to an understanding." "Understanding?" Caleb laughed. "That horse don't understand nothing but meanness." Frank ignored him, kept his voice steady. "What do you say, boy? You tired of fighting yet?" He grabbed the saddle horn, put his left foot in the stirrup. The stallion stood motionless, sides heaving. Frank swung his right leg over, settled into the saddle. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the world exploded. The stallion launched himself skyward, twisting his body like a corkscrew. Frank felt his teeth rattle, his spine compress. The horse came down hard on stiff legs, jarring every bone in Frank's body. Before he could recover, the stallion spun left, then right, bucking and sun-fishing with methodical fury. Frank gripped the saddle horn, squeezed with his knees. The Mexican cowboys whooped and hollered. Hutchins checked his pocket watch. 10 seconds, he shouted. The stallion changed tactics, racing straight for the fence posts. Frank saw the plan, scrape his rider off against the rails. At the last second, Frank pulled hard on the reins, turning the horse away from the fence. The stallion responded to the bit, and Frank felt something shift between them. 15 seconds. The bucking grew less violent. The stallion still fought, but Frank sensed resignation creeping in. He loosened his death grip on the saddle horn, sat deeper in the seat. 20 seconds. The horse slowed to a trot, then a walk. Sweat foamed white on his neck and flanks. Frank patted the stallion's shoulder, whispered praise. The horse's ears swiveled back, listening. "Well, I'll be damned," Hutchins said. Miguel climbed the fence, approached cautiously. "How'd you do that?" "Talk to him." Frank dismounted, rubbed the stallion's nose. "Sometimes that's all they need, someone willing to listen." Hutchins walked over, studying both man and horse. 40 a month, sound about right to you?" "Sounds fine." "Miguel, here's my top hand. He'll show you where to bunk, get you settled." Hutchins paused. "What you planning to call that horse?" Frank looked into the stallion's intelligent eyes, saw something there that reminded him of his own restless spirit. "Midnight. His name's Midnight." "Suits him." Hutchins headed toward the house. "Supper's at 6. Don't be late." Miguel led Frank toward the bunkhouse, a long wooden building with a covered porch. "You got lucky with that horse," he said. "Wasn't luck." "What then?" Frank shouldered his war bag, looked back at Midnight standing quiet in the corral. "Recognition. That horse and me, we understand each other. We both know what it's like to be broke." Miguel stopped walking. "You were running from something, boy." "Nothing but empty pockets and bad memories. Those can be harder to outrun than the law." Frank smiled. "Then I guess I better find something worth running toward." They reached the bunkhouse steps. Through the open door, Frank could see wooden bunks, a pot-bellied stove, gear hanging from wall pegs. It looked clean and functional, better than some places he'd slept. "One thing you should know about working for Mr. Hutchins," Miguel said. "He's fair, but he expects honest work for honest pay. Don't cross him." "Wasn't planning on it." "Good. Because the last man who tried to cheat him ended up walking back to town in his underwear." Miguel grinned. "Course, that was winter and it was snowing." Frank laughed. "I'll keep that in mind." As the sun climbed higher, burning off the morning coolness, Frank unpacked his few belongings and prepared for his first day as a working cowboy. Through the bunkhouse window, he could see Midnight grazing peacefully in the corral, no longer fighting the fences that held him. Maybe, Frank thought, they'd both found what they were looking for. Chapter 2. Frank rolled out of his bunk before dawn, pulled on his boots in the darkness while the other hand still snored. Through the bunkhouse window, stars faded against the lightening sky. He grabbed his hat and stepped outside, breathing the cool air that carried the scent of sage and distant cattle. Midnight stood in the corral, ears pricked forward at Frank's approach. The stallion had spent the night testing the fence rails, leaving fresh hoof marks in the dirt where he'd paced the perimeter. "Morning, partner," Frank said, climbing through the rails. "Sleep as bad as I did." The horse approached cautiously, nostrils flaring. Frank held out his palm, let midnight catch his scent. After a moment, the stallion allowed Frank to stroke his neck. "That horse still don't trust you." Frank turned. Miguel stood at the fence, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette in the pre-dawn gloom. Steam rose from a tin cup in his other hand. "Takes time," Frank said. "Trust ain't something you force." "No. But breaking horses ain't about trust. It's about showing them who's boss." Frank ran his hand along Midnight's shoulder, feeling the powerful muscles beneath the coat. "Maybe that's where we disagree." Miguel flicked ash from his cigarette. "You worked cattle before." "Some. Mostly I hired out to different ranches, did whatever needed doing. This ain't like other ranches. Mr. Hutchins runs a tight operation. We move 2,000 head to Nebraska come spring, and every man better know his job." "I'll learn." Miguel studied him through the cigarette smoke. "You got family back in Louisiana. Nobody left that matters." "Girl?" Frank shook his head. "Nothing keeping me anywhere." "Good. Because this work gets in your blood. Makes it hard to settle anywhere else." Miguel dropped the cigarette, ground it under his boot heel. "Come on. Time to earn that $40. They walked toward the main barn, where lantern light spilled through the open doors. Inside, 3 cowboys saddled their horses while Hutchins checked supplies in the tack room. "Frank, you know everybody yet?" Hutchins emerged, carrying a coiled lariat. "That's Caleb right there with the sorrel gelding. Jimmy Prescott on the bay. Tom Henley's the one cursing at his saddle cinch." Caleb Wright looked maybe 20, with sandy hair and eager eyes that reminded Frank of a hunting dog. Jimmy Prescott was older, weathered, with careful movements that suggested old injuries. Tom Henley appeared built for hard work, broad shoulders, thick hands, permanent squint lines from years of sun and wind. "Boys, Frank here's going to be working with us," Hutchins continued. "Miguel will show him the ropes." Caleb grinned. "You the one who rode that devil horse yesterday?" "I sat on him for a spell." "Hell, that's more than anybody else managed." "Jimmy tried 3 times, got thrown every time." Jimmy Prescott tightened his cinch with deliberate motions. "Horse has got a mean streak wide as the Brazos." "Just scared," Frank said. "Wild things always fight when they're penned up." Tom Henley laughed. "You sound like you know the feeling." Frank let that pass. Hutchins handed him a bridle and saddle. "Miguel's got a good horse picked out for you. Steady bay mare named Rosie. Won't win any races, but she'll work all day without complaint." They rode out as the sun cleared the horizon, scattering the last shadows from the valley floor. Frank sat easy on Rosie, getting the feel of her gait, her responses to rain pressure. The mare had an honest way of moving that reminded him of horses he'd known as a boy. "We're moving the south herd closer to the main ranch," Miguel explained as they rode. "Wolves got 2 calves last week. Mr. Hutchins wants them where we can watch them better." The south herd grazed in a wide meadow, bordered by oak trees and rocky outcroppings. Frank counted maybe 300 head longhorns with impressive spreads of horn, their hides colored from pale cream to deep red. A few raised their heads as the riders approached, then went back to grazing. "These the ones going to Nebraska?" Frank asked. "Part of them," Hutchins replied. "The rest are scattered across the ranch. We'll gather them all when spring comes." Caleb Wright rode his sorrel in a wide circle around the herd's flank. "How many drives you been on, Frank?" "A few. Nothing as big as what Mr. Hutchins is planning." "Hell, this'll be my first," Caleb said. "Been dreaming about it since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. All the way to Nebraska and back." Tom Henley spat tobacco juice. "Dreaming's one thing. Living through 2 months on the trail's another." Ah, come on, Tom. Where's your sense of adventure? Lost it somewhere between the Nueces River and Abilene, along with 3 toes to frostbite and a good horse to quicksand. Frank watched the interplay between the men, noting the easy familiarity that came from working together. Miguel commanded respect without demanding it. Hutchins stayed back, letting his men do their jobs. Caleb's enthusiasm balanced Tom's cynicism, while Jimmy Prescott remained watchful and quiet. Frank, you and Caleb work the east side, Miguel called out. Move them slow toward the gap in those trees. Jimmy and Tom, take the west. I'll ride point with Mr. Hutchins. Frank touched his heels to Rosie's flanks, guided her toward a group of cattle that had wandered near a creek bed. Caleb rode alongside, still talking. Miguel says you ain't got family. That must be lonesome. A man gets used to it. Not me. I got folks back in Missouri. Pa got a farm there, grows corn and raises hogs. Wanted me to stay and help him, but I told him I had to see some country first. A rangy steer with one broken horn lifted his head, studied the approaching riders with suspicious eyes. Frank angled Rosie to the left, applying gentle pressure to turn the steer toward the main herd. Your pa understand that? Frank asked. Eventually. Ma cried some, but she knew I'd go anyway. Better to have her blessing than sneak off like a thief. The steer started moving in the right direction, but slowly, stopping every few steps to look back. Frank let him set his own pace, knowing that pushing too hard would scatter the whole group. What about you? Caleb asked. Your folks understand when you left. Frank thought about his last conversation with his Aunt Martha, her warning about the restlessness he carried. They knew I couldn't stay put. Seems like all us cowboys got that wandering sickness. Miguel's been here longest, 5 years. Rest of us drift in and out like tumbleweeds. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, moving cattle through the gap Miguel had indicated. The longhorns cooperated better than Frank expected, responding to the pressure from the horses without much fuss. You ever think about settling down? Caleb asked as they paused to let the cattle bunch up in a clearing. Sometimes. What would it take? Frank considered the question while watching a red cow nose her calf toward safer ground. Finding something worth staying for, I reckon. Like what? Don't know. But I figure I'll recognize it when I see it. Caleb grinned. You sound like a man with a plan. More like a man without one. They spent the morning moving cattle, learning each other's rhythm and style. Frank discovered that Caleb had good instincts despite his inexperience. He read the animals well, knew when to press and when to back off. The work felt familiar, comfortable in a way that surprised Frank. By noon, they had the entire herd gathered in a meadow closer to the main ranch. Hutchins rode among the cattle, checking for injuries or sick animals while the hands rested their horses in the shade of a grove of live oaks. Not bad for a morning's work, Miguel said, passing around a jug of water. Frank, you handle cattle like a man who's done it before. Learned from some good teachers along the way. Jimmy Prescott spoke up for the first time since breakfast. Where'd you work before coming here? Different places. Didn't stay anywhere long enough to call it permanent. Man needs roots, Jimmy said. Something to anchor him when the storms come. Tom Henley laughed. Listen to Jimmy getting philosophical. Next thing you know, he'll be writing poetry. I'm serious. Drifting ain't no way to live. Sooner or later, a man's got to make a stand somewhere. Frank sipped water from the jug, felt the cool liquid cut the dust in his throat. Maybe this is where I make mine. You thinking about staying on after the drive? Caleb asked. Depends on how things work out. Hutchins rode over to where the men rested. Good work this morning. We'll spend the afternoon checking fence lines, then call it a day. He looked at Frank. You're fitting in better than I expected. Good crew makes it easy. They're good men, Hutchins agreed. Miguel's the best top hand in Texas. Rest of them would ride through hell if you asked them nice. Frank watched Caleb water his horse at a nearby creek, noted the careful way Jimmy Prescott adjusted his saddle, observed Tom Henley's quiet competence with his gear. These men had found something here, a place where their skills mattered, where they belonged. For the first time since leaving Louisiana, Frank felt the possibility of belonging somewhere himself. Miguel stood, stretched his back. Time to get back to work. Those fences won't check themselves. As they mounted their horses and rode toward the boundary markers, Frank caught himself thinking about the spring drive, about 2 months on the trail with these men. The work would be hard, dangerous, uncertain. But something about the prospect excited him in a way he hadn't felt in years. Maybe Caleb was right. Maybe they all carried the same wandering sickness. But maybe, just maybe, there was something here worth staying for after all. Chapter 3. Spring came to Texas with wildflowers and morning storms that turned the prairie into a carpet of mud and promise. Frank stood in the main corral at dawn, watching Miguel assign horses to riders while Hutchins counted supplies loaded into the chuck wagon. 2,000 head, Hutchins announced to the assembled crew. 600 miles to Ogalala, Nebraska. Figure 2 months, if the weather holds and the rivers stay friendly. Frank counted 12 men gathered around the rancher, more faces than he'd seen on the ranch before. Hutchins had hired extra hands for the drive, drifters and seasonal workers who showed up when the cattle moved north and disappeared when the work ended. Miguel's trail boss, Hutchins continued. What he says goes. Any man who can't live with that can draw his pay now and ride back to San Antonio. Nobody moved. Caleb Wright sat his sorrel horse near the remuda, grinning like Christmas morning. He talked about nothing but the drive for weeks, pestering the older hands with questions about river crossings and stampedes, until Tom Henley threatened to tie him to a fence post. Frank, you'll ride swing on the west side, Miguel called out. Keep them bunched but don't crowd them. We want them to settle into a rhythm. Frank nodded, checked his gear one last time. He'd packed light, spare clothes, rain slicker, extra cartridges for his Colt, and a letter from his Aunt Martha that he kept meaning to answer. Everything else could be replaced or done without. The cook, a grizzled man named Pete Kowalski, climbed onto the chuck wagon seat and gathered the reins. You boys ready to eat beans and biscuits for the next 8 weeks? Long as you don't poison us, Tom Henley replied. Can't make no promises about that. Miguel swung into his saddle, a leggy chestnut gelding that danced with nervous energy. Let's move them out. Sun's burning daylight. The herd spread across the valley floor like a river of horns and hide. Frank had helped gather them over the past month, riding out before dawn to bring in scattered groups from the far corners of the ranch. Now they moved as one mass, longhorns lowing and jostling for position as the drovers pushed them toward the trail. Frank took his position on the west flank, riding parallel to the herd about 50 yards out. His job was to watch for strays and keep the cattle from spreading too wide. Rosie moved beneath him with steady confidence, reading the flow of the herd better than most dogs could track a scent. Never seen so many cattle in one place, called a young hand named Danny Brooks, riding the opposite flank. He joined the crew 2 days ago, claiming experience he clearly didn't possess. Wait till they all decide to run at once, Frank replied. Then you'll really see something. The first week passed without major incident. They covered 12 to 15 miles each day, depending on water and grass. The cattle settled into the routine, following the same trails their ancestors had walked when they roamed wild across Mexico and Texas. Frank learned the rhythm of trail life, up before dawn to help Pete break camp, long hours in the saddle pushing cattle through whatever country lay ahead, night guard duty under stars that seemed close enough to pluck from the sky. The work was hard, monotonous, and strangely satisfying. You ever think about what comes after? Caleb asked one evening, as they sat around the campfire, coffee cups warming their hands against the prairie chill. After what? Frank asked. After the drive. After we get paid. After all this ends. Miguel stirred the fire with a mesquite branch, sending sparks up into the darkness. You planning that far ahead already? We ain't even reached the Red River yet. Just wondering. I mean, we can't push cattle north forever. Tom Henley spat into the flames, making them hiss. Some men do exactly that. Follow the herds from Texas to Kansas, Kansas to Wyoming, Wyoming to Montana. Never stop moving. That sound appealing to you? Jimmy Prescott asked Frank. Frank thought about it, watching the fire dance against the night. Depends on what I find along the way. Like what? Don't know yet. But I figure I'll recognize it when I see it. Danny Brooks laughed from across the fire. You boys are too serious. Me, I'm going to take my pay and head for California. Here there's gold in them hills, just waiting for a man with ambition. Gold fever, Miguel said. Seen it before. Usually ends with a man broke and disappointed. Better than spending your whole life nursing other people's cattle. Frank caught the edge in Miguel's voice when he replied. Depends on what you're looking for. Some men need to keep moving. Others find what they want right where they are. The conversation died as the fire burned lower. Men rolled out their blankets and settled into sleep while the night herders rode slow circles around the bedded cattle. Frank lay on his back, listening to the sounds of 2,000 animals breathing in the darkness, and wondered which kind of man he really was. The Red River nearly ended their journey before it began. They reached the crossing on a Tuesday morning to find the water running bank full from spring rains, carrying debris and foam in a current that looked fast enough to sweep a horse off its feet. Miguel rode his gelding into the shallows, testing the bottom, while the cattle milled and bawled behind the riders. Too deep and running too fast, he announced when he rode back to shore. We wait for it to drop. How long? Hutchins asked. He'd ridden ahead to check the crossing himself. Could be days. Could be weeks if it keeps raining upstream. They made camp on the south bank and waited. The cattle grazed the grass down to stubble while the men played cards, mended gear, and watched the river with growing frustration. Every day of delay meant added expense and the risk of arriving in Nebraska too late for the best prices. On the fourth day, the rain stopped and the river began to fall. Miguel tested the crossing again, found solid footing and a current he could work with. We cross at first light, he decided. Frank, you and Jimmy take the point. Get them started and keep them moving. Once they smell that water, some will want to stop and drink. Don't let them. Frank lay awake that night, listening to the river and thinking about the morning. He'd crossed plenty of streams and creeks, but never with 2,000 head of cattle and a current that could kill a man in seconds. Dawn came gray and misty. Pete had coffee boiling before the stars faded, and the men ate in silence, each one focused on the day ahead. Frank checked his saddle cinch twice, made sure his lariat was coiled properly, and said a quiet prayer to whatever God looked after cowboys and cattle. Miguel led the way into the water, his chestnut gelding stepping carefully on the muddy bottom. Frank and Jimmy followed with the lead steers, coaxing the reluctant animals into the current. The water reached the horses' bellies, then their chests, running brown and cold around the riders' legs. Keep them moving, Miguel shouted over the sound of rushing water. Don't let them bunch up. The first 100 head crossed without incident, following the leaders across the treacherous bottom. But as more cattle entered the water, some began to mill and fight the current. Frank watched a big red steer lose his footing, get swept downstream before finding his feet and scrambling up the far bank 50 yards below the crossing. Stampede? Someone yelled from the rear of the herd. Frank turned to see cattle breaking away from the main group, spooked by something he couldn't identify. The animals that were already in the water began to panic, thrashing against the current as more and more cattle poured down the bank behind them. "Get across," Miguel ordered. "Don't let them turn back." Frank spurred Rosie forward, pushing through the mass of struggling cattle toward the north bank. A young steer tried to climb over another animal's back, both of them going under in a tangle of horns and legs. Frank managed to grab the rope from his saddle, loop it around the panicking steer's neck, and drag him to shallow water where he could find his feet. The crossing took 3 hours. When it ended, they had 1,987 head on the north bank, 13 animals lost to the current or scattered into the brush during the confusion. 2 men had been thrown from their horses, but both managed to reach shore safely. "Could have been worse," Miguel said as they counted the herd. "Could have been better," Hutchins replied, but Frank heard relief in his voice. They dried their gear and pushed north into Indian Territory, where the grass grew thick and water ran clear in spring-fed creeks. The cattle spread out to graze, and the men began to relax as the miles passed beneath their horses' hooves. Frank found himself riding next to Danny Brooks one afternoon, as they moved the herd through a valley studded with blackjack oaks. "That crossing change your mind about anything?" Frank asked. Danny grinned. "You mean about California?" "Hell no. Just proves a man needs to take his chances while he can. Life's too short to play it safe." Frank studied the younger man's eager face. "Maybe. Or maybe it's too short to waste on fool dreams." "You don't believe in taking risks." "I believe in taking smart risks. Difference between that and jumping off a cliff because someone told you there might be gold at the bottom." Danny laughed. "You sound like an old man, Frank. How old are you anyway?" 25. 30. "Hell, you talk like you've seen everything there is to see." Frank didn't answer. He'd stopped counting birthdays somewhere in his wandering years, measuring time by seasons and jobs instead of calendar pages. But Danny was right about one thing. Frank felt older than his years, worn down by too many miles and too many goodbyes. "Maybe I have seen enough to know the difference between adventure and foolishness." "And which one is this?" Danny gestured toward the herd, strung out ahead of them. Frank considered the question while watching Caleb Wright chase a stray cow back into the main group. The young cowboy whooped and hollered like he was having the time of his life, and maybe he was. Miguel rode point with quiet authority, reading the country ahead like a book he'd memorized. Even Tom Henley seemed content, despite his complaints about everything from the weather to Pete's cooking. "Don't know yet," Frank said finally. "Ask me when we get to Nebraska." Chapter 4. The smell hit them first. Smoke and manure and the stench of thousands of cattle penned together under the Nebraska sun. Ogalala spread along the South Platte River like a festering wound, all mud streets and hastily built saloons, stockyards stretching as far as a man could see. Frank rode beside Miguel at the head of the herd, watching the town grow larger as they approached. 2 months on the trail had weathered them all, faces burned dark by sun and wind, clothes stained with dust and sweat, horses lean but strong from the long miles. "There she is," Miguel said. "End of the trail." "Don't look like much," Caleb Wright called from his position on the flank. His enthusiasm had dimmed some during the past weeks of hard travel, but Frank could hear the excitement creeping back into his voice. "It's enough," Hutchins replied. He'd ridden ahead 3 days ago to arrange buyers, returning that morning with news that the Consolidated Cattle Company would take the entire herd. "They're offering $32 a head." Frank did the arithmetic in his head. $64,000 for cattle that had cost Hutchins maybe half that to raise. Good money, especially after the expenses of the drive. They pushed the herd into the holding pens on the outskirts of town, the longhorns bawling and milling as they crowded together in the unfamiliar confinement. Frank dismounted, stretched muscles that had forgotten what it felt like to stand on solid ground for more than a few minutes at a time. "When do we get paid?" Danny Brooks asked, slapping dust from his hat. "Tomorrow," Hutchins said. "Company's got to count the herd, check for disease, all the usual business. We'll have our money by noon." Pete Kowalski climbed down from the chuck wagon, surveying the chaos of Ogalala with a skeptical eye. "Hope they got better whiskey here than they do coffee. Been drinking mud for 2 months. "First thing I'm doing is finding a bath," Jimmy Prescott announced. "Then a bed that don't move when the wind blows." Tom Henley laughed. "Hell, Jimmy, you've been sleeping on the ground so long you probably won't be able to sleep in a real bed." The men scattered into town, some heading for the saloons, others looking for baths and clean clothes. Frank found himself walking beside Miguel down the main street, boots squelching in the mud churned up by countless cattle drives. "You staying on with Hutchins after this?" Miguel asked. "Haven't decided." "You?" "Been thinking about it. 5 years is a long time to work for one man." They passed a saloon where piano music spilled through bat-wing doors, along with the laughter of cowboys celebrating the end of another drive. Frank caught a glimpse of Caleb at the bar, buying drinks for a table full of strangers and talking loud about the river crossing. "He's going to spend his whole pay in one night," Miguel observed. "His choice to make." "True. But stupid choices got consequences." They found a hotel that looked cleaner than most, paid for rooms and baths, and spent the evening eating real food cooked on a real stove. Frank fell asleep between clean sheets, listening to the sounds of the town celebrating another successful season. The next morning dawned gray and cool, with clouds building in the west that promised rain before noon. Frank met the other hands at the hotel restaurant, where Pete was complaining about eggs that hadn't come from his own chickens. "Tastes like they've been sitting in the hen house since Christmas," he grumbled. Hutchins arrived as they finished breakfast, his face grim in a way that made Frank's stomach tighten. The rancher sat down heavily, accepted coffee from the waitress without his usual politeness. "We got problems," he said. Miguel set down his cup. "What kind of problems?" "Consolidated's got new scales. Say our cattle don't weigh what we counted. They're offering $24 a head instead of 32. The table fell silent. Frank calculated the difference, $16,000, enough to cut every man's pay by half or more. "That's robbery," Caleb said. "Legal robbery," Hutchins replied. "Contract says they can reweigh at destination. Nothing I can do about it." "What about other buyers?" Jimmy asked. "Talked to 3 others this morning. All using the same scales, all offering the same price. They got an understanding among themselves." Tom Henley's face darkened. "You saying we got cheated?" "I'm saying we got outsmarted. Should have known better than to trust cattle buyers to play fair." Frank pushed his plate away, appetite gone. 2 months of hard work, river crossings, stampedes, night guards in the rain, all of it worth half what they'd been promised. "So what do we do?" Danny Brooks asked. "We take what we can get and head home," Hutchins said. "Ain't no other choice." They walked to the Consolidated office together, a silent group of men who'd shared danger and hardship only to get slapped down by men in clean suits who'd never sat a horse or ate trail dust. The building was new, painted white with glass windows that reflected the cloudy sky. Inside, a thin man with spectacles and soft hands sat behind a mahogany desk, counting money from a strongbox. He looked up as they entered, his expression polite but distant. "Mr. Hutchins, I trust you understand our position regarding the weight discrepancy." "I understand you're stealing from us," Hutchins replied. The man's smile never wavered. "Business is business, sir. Our scales are certified by the territorial government. I'm sure you'll find everything in order." He counted out bills with deliberate slowness, $48,000 instead of the 64 they'd expected. Frank watched the money change hands, feeling something cold settle in his chest. Your men's wages are calculated at the agreed percentage, the buyer continued. Minus expenses for feed and handling, of course. More deductions Frank hadn't heard mentioned before. By the time the arithmetic finished, each cowboy's pay had shrunk from $60 to $37. They walked out in silence, the money feeling light in their pockets. On the street, other trail crews gathered in small groups, their faces showing the same bitter disappointment. Word traveled fast in a town built on cattle drives. Everybody got the same treatment, Miguel said after talking to hands from a Kansas outfit. Scale's been rigged for weeks. They're splitting the extra money among the buyers. Frank stood in the muddy street, watching well-dressed men load money into a wagon, while cowboys who'd risked their lives getting cattle to market counted their diminished pay. The unfairness of it burned in his throat like bad whiskey. Ain't right, Caleb said. His voice carried a note Frank hadn't heard before, something harder than disappointment, sharper than anger. No, Frank agreed. It ain't. So what do we do about it? Frank looked at the faces around him, good men who'd earned honest wages through honest work, now cheated by men who'd never calloused their hands or slept under the stars. Miguel's jaw was tight with controlled fury. Jimmy Prescott stared at the ground, shoulders slumped. Even Tom Henley, usually quick with a cynical joke, stood silent and grim. Nothing we can do, Hutchins said, but his voice lacked conviction. There's always something, Frank said quietly. Miguel looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Frank didn't answer right away. He was thinking about the money wagon, about the men who'd stolen their wages through legal trickery, about the long ride back to Texas with empty pockets and bitter memories. I mean, maybe it's time we stopped letting other people decide what our work is worth. Frank, Miguel warned. But Frank was already walking away, his mind working through possibilities that a month ago would never have occurred to him. Behind him, he heard footsteps following, Caleb's eager stride, Danny's quick steps, even Tom's measured pace. The betrayal in Ogalala had changed something fundamental in all of them. Frank could feel it settling into his bones like trail dust, becoming part of him in ways that honest work and fair wages never had. They gathered that evening in Frank's hotel room, 6 men counting money that should have been twice as much. Rain drummed against the window while they talked in low voices about justice and taking what was owed them. Those cattle buyers got safe combinations and armed guards, Jimmy pointed out. Guards got to sleep sometime, Caleb replied. And safes can be opened if you know how, Danny added. Frank listened to them talk, watched the anger and disappointment transform into something else. These were good men, honest men, but dishonest treatment had started them thinking in new directions. We could take back what they stole, Frank said finally. All of it. From all the crews they cheated. That's robbery, Miguel said. So is what they did to us. Difference is, they got the law on their side. The room fell quiet, except for the rain against glass. Frank could see each man wrestling with the choice, accept the cheating and ride home poor, or take back what belonged to them and risk everything. I'm tired of getting stepped on by men in clean suits, Caleb said. Me too, Danny agreed. One by one, they nodded agreement. Even Miguel, after a long pause, gave a reluctant nod. Frank felt something shift inside him, like a door closing on one life and opening on another. They'd come to Nebraska as honest cowboys. They were leaving as something else entirely. Then we better start planning, he said. Outside, the rain kept falling on a town built on broken promises and legal theft, washing the mud from the streets but not the stain from men's hearts. Chapter 5. The campfire crackled in the darkness 40 miles south of Ogalala, casting dancing shadows on the faces of 6 men who'd left honest work behind them, like discarded clothing. Frank poked the flames with a mesquite branch, watching sparks rise toward stars that seemed colder than they had a week ago. Tell it again, Caleb said, his voice carrying an edge that hadn't been there during the cattle drive. Miguel shifted his position on his saddle, which served as both chair and pillow on the trail. You've heard it 3 times already. I want to hear it again. Miguel sighed, stared into the fire. Consolidated keeps their daily receipts in a safe behind the main desk. 2 guards patrol the building at night, but they spend most of their time drinking coffee in the back room. Safe's a Mosler double-door model, maybe 20 years old. You sure about the guards? Danny Brooks asked. I watched them for 2 nights. Same routine both times. They check the front door every hour, walk through the office once, then go back to their cards and coffee. Frank listened to the familiar exchange while studying the men around the fire. A week of riding hard across Nebraska and Kansas had changed them all. The easy camaraderie of the cattle drive had been replaced by something tighter, more focused. They moved like men with a purpose now, instead of drifters following another man's cattle. What about the money? Jimmy Prescott asked. How much we talking about? Hard to say, Miguel replied. But they cheated maybe 6 trail crews while we were there. Figure $12,000 minimum, maybe twice that. Tom Henley spat into the flames, making them hiss. Lot of money. Our money, Caleb corrected. Money they stole from us, and every other cowboy stupid enough to trust them. Frank stood up, walked to the edge of the firelight where the horses grazed on the sparse prairie grass. Midnight raised his head at Frank's approach, ears pricked forward in the darkness. The stallion had grown sleek and strong during the drive, responding to Frank's commands with an intelligence that sometimes seemed almost human. You having doubts? Miguel asked from behind him. Frank turned. The Mexican had followed him away from the fire, moving with the quiet grace that made him such an effective tracker. Maybe. Good. Man without doubts makes stupid mistakes. What kind of mistakes you worried about? Miguel looked back toward the fire, where the other men continued their planning. The kind that get people killed. The kind that turn good men into something else. Frank rubbed Midnight's neck, feeling the warm muscle beneath the dark coat. What if we're already something else? What if Ogalala just showed us what we really are? You believe that? I don't know what I believe anymore. All I know is, I'm tired of getting kicked around by men who never worked an honest day in their lives. Miguel nodded slowly. I understand the anger, Frank. I feel it too. But once we cross this line, there ain't no going back. Maybe, I don't want to go back. They rejoined the others, who had moved on to discussing escape routes and rendezvous points. Danny had spread a hand-drawn map across his saddle, marking roads and rivers with a pencil stub. Best routes south through Kansas, then west into Colorado territory, he said. Lot of empty country out there, easy to disappear in. What about after? Jimmy asked. We can't run forever. Don't have to run forever, Frank said, settling back down by the fire. Just long enough to set ourselves up proper. Set ourselves up how? Tom asked. Frank had been thinking about that for days, ever since they'd ridden out of Ogalala with their short pay burning holes in their pockets. The answer had come to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the prairie. Same way they did, he said. Take what we need from people who got more than they earned. Caleb grinned, firelight dancing in his eyes. You talking about more jobs? I'm talking about making our own rules, instead of letting other people make them for us. The conversation continued past midnight, 6 voices planning their first real crime while coyotes yapped in the distance and the fire burned down to glowing coals. By the time they rolled out their blankets, they had a plan. 2 nights later, they sat their horses in the darkness outside Ogalala, watching the consolidated office through windows that glowed yellow in the lamplight. Frank felt his heart beating against his ribs, steady but faster than usual. Guards just went back to their coffee, Miguel whispered. Danny and Tom had positioned themselves at each end of the street, watching for late-night drunks or curious lawmen. Caleb held the horses while Frank, Miguel, and Jimmy approached the building on foot. The front door lock yielded to Miguel's knife blade after 5 minutes of careful work. They slipped inside, moving by feel through an office that smelled of tobacco smoke and ledger ink. The safe stood against the far wall, exactly where Miguel had described it. Frank knelt beside the heavy metal box, running his fingers over the combination dial. He'd learned to crack safes from a Yeg man in Kansas City, trading writing lessons for instruction in the finer points of burglary. The skill had seemed like a curiosity then. Now, it might mean the difference between success and prison. The tumblers clicked softly as Frank worked the combination, listening for the subtle sounds that meant the mechanism was opening. Sweat beaded on his forehead, despite the cool night air. "Someone coming," Jimmy hissed from his position by the window. Frank froze, hands still on the dial. Through the glass, he could hear boots on the wooden sidewalk, moving toward the office with the measured pace of a man on patrol. The footsteps stopped outside the front door. Frank held his breath, knowing that the slightest sound would bring the guard inside with his pistol drawn. The doorknob rattled as the guard tested it, checking to make sure it was locked. After what felt like an hour, but was probably 30 seconds, the footsteps moved on down the street. Frank went back to work on the safe, his fingers steadier now that the immediate danger had passed. The final tumbler clicked into place, and the heavy door swung open with a soft squeal of hinges. Inside, neat stacks of bills filled the safe's interior. Frank's hands shook slightly as he pulled out bundle after bundle, more money than he'd ever seen in one place. Miguel and Jimmy helped stuff the cash into grain sacks they'd brought for the purpose. "How much?" Miguel whispered. Frank did quick arithmetic in the dim light. Maybe 15,000. Maybe more. It was more than any of them had dreamed possible. More than enough to disappear into the territories and start fresh somewhere else. They slipped out the back door and made their way to where Caleb waited with the horses. Within minutes, they were riding hard across the prairie, the lights of Ogalala fading behind them like a bad memory. "We did it," Caleb whooped as they put distance between themselves and the town. "We actually did it." Frank said nothing, focused on the rhythm of midnight's hooves against the hard-packed earth. Behind them lay everything they'd been, honest cowboys working for other men's dreams. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the kind of freedom that came with taking what you needed instead of waiting for someone to give it to you. "How's it feel?" Danny asked, riding alongside Frank in the darkness. Frank considered the question while the miles passed beneath their horses. How did it feel to steal $15,000 from men who'd stolen from him first? How did it feel to cross the line between law-abiding citizen and outlaw? "Feels like justice," he said finally. But even as he spoke the words, Frank knew they were only part of the truth. Justice was there, certainly, the satisfaction of taking back what had been stolen from them and dozens of other trail crews. But there was something else too, something that had nothing to do with justice and everything to do with power. For the first time in his life, Frank Cordell had taken what he wanted instead of accepting what he was given. The feeling was intoxicating, like the finest whiskey he'd ever tasted. They rode south through the night, 6 men bound together by shared crime and the knowledge that they could never go back to being what they were before. The money in the grain sacks represented more than stolen cash. It was the down payment on a new kind of life. "What now?" Tom asked as dawn broke over the Kansas prairie. Frank looked at the faces around him, saw his own excitement and uncertainty reflected in their eyes. They'd successfully committed their first real crime, but success brought its own problems. The money wouldn't last forever, and none of them knew how to be anything other than cowboys. "Now we learn the business," Frank said. "Find out what works and what gets you killed. And after that." Frank smiled, feeling something hard and determined settling in his chest like a physical weight. "After that, we take back everything the world owes us." The words hung in the morning air like a promise and a threat. Behind them, smoke rose from the chimneys of distant farmhouses where honest people were starting honest days. Ahead lay the outlaw trail, dangerous and uncertain but theirs to walk. Frank Cordell, who had arrived in Texas as an orphan and worked as an honest cowboy, no longer existed. In his place sat a man who would take what he needed from a world that had taught him the hard lesson that fairness was a luxury only the powerful could afford. Chapter 6. The poker game, in the back room of Sullivan's Saloon, ran 3 nights a week, drawing ranchers and businessmen from across eastern Colorado territory. Frank sat with his back to the wall, studying the cards in his hand while calculating the odds on the fat man across the table, who kept touching his mustache when he bluffed. "Raise you 20, said the man, sliding gold coins into the center of the table. Frank had been watching him for 2 hours, learning his tells, waiting for the right moment to strike. The fat man, a cattle buyer named Hutchison, had been drinking steadily and talking loud about the fortune he'd made cheating trail crews in Nebraska. "Call," Frank said, adding his money to the pot. Hutchison laid down 3 jacks with the confidence of a man who'd been winning all evening. Frank showed his straight flush, swept the coins toward his side of the table while the other players groaned and cursed their luck. "Lucky cards tonight," Hutchison muttered. "Sometimes," Frank replied, stacking the gold pieces with deliberate care. It had been 2 months since Ogalala, 2 months of drifting across Colorado territory while they learned their new trade. The $15,000 from the consolidated safe had been divided equally among the 6 men, giving each of them a stake to build on. Frank had invested his share in horses, guns, and information, the tools of his chosen profession. The gang had scattered after the heist, agreeing to meet in Denver when the heat died down. Frank traveled alone, perfecting his skills at cards and confidence games, while staying ahead of any law that might be looking for the Ogalala robbers. "Deal me out," Hutchison said, pushing back from the table. "Wife's expecting me home before midnight." Frank watched the cattle buyer gather his remaining money, noting the man's expensive clothes and the gold watch chain that stretched across his vest. Hutchison had the soft look of a man who'd grown rich on other people's work, the kind of target Frank had learned to recognize. "Buy you a drink before you go," Frank offered. "Don't mind if I do." They moved to the bar, where the bartender poured whiskey from a bottle that had seen better days. The saloon was half empty, just a few cowboys nursing beers and a piano player picking out a melancholy tune. "You're new around here," Hutchison said, studying Frank in the mirror behind the bar. "Passing through on my way to California." "California, eh? Lot of men heading that direction these days. Gold fever, I suppose." Frank sipped his whiskey, let the conversation develop naturally. Hutchison was the type who liked to talk about his success, and Frank had learned that such men often revealed more than they intended. "What's your line of work?" Hutchison asked. "Horses mostly. Buy them where they're cheap, sell them where they ain't. Smart business. I'm in cattle, myself. Buy from the trail crews when they reach the railheads, ship them east to the slaughterhouses. Good money in that." Hutchison's chest puffed up with pride. "Very good money. Especially when you know how to negotiate with desperate cowboys who just want to get paid and go home." Frank felt the familiar cold anger settle in his stomach, but he kept his expression neutral. Must take some skill to get a good price. Skill and connections. See the railroad companies and the big slaughterhouses, they don't want to pay top dollar for beef. So they work with buyers like me to keep prices reasonable. Reasonable for who? Hutchison laughed, missing the edge in Frank's voice. For everyone, except the cowboys. But hell, they're just hired hands. They didn't raise the cattle or take the risk of bringing them to market. Frank's hand tightened on his whiskey glass, but he forced himself to stay calm. This was business now, not personal vengeance. Sounds like you've done well for yourself. Very well. Got a big house in Denver. Investments in 3 different railroads, money in banks from here to Kansas City. Hutchison drained his glass, signaled the bartender for another. Course, I worked hard for everything I got. Frank almost laughed at that. The only thing Hutchison had worked hard at was stealing from honest men who'd driven cattle hundreds of miles through every kind of hardship the trail could offer. You staying in town tonight? Frank asked. Got a room at the hotel. Heading back to Denver tomorrow on the afternoon stage. Frank filed the information away, already forming a plan. He'd followed Hutchison for 3 days, learning his habits and routines. The man traveled alone, carried his money in a leather satchel, and trusted his expensive clothes and loud voice to protect him from trouble. Well, I better get some sleep, Frank said, tossing coins on the bar. Early start tomorrow. Safe travels, Hutchison replied, already turning back to his whiskey and his loud stories. Frank walked out into the Colorado night, breathing the thin mountain air while his mind worked through the details of what he planned to do. Hutchison represented everything Frank had come to hate about the cattle business. The middlemen who grew rich by cheating the men who did the actual work. The hotel sat on the main street, a 2-story frame building with a wide porch and windows that glowed yellow in the darkness. Frank found a spot across the street where he could watch the entrance without being seen, settling in to wait for Hutchison to stumble back from the saloon. The cattle buyer appeared an hour later, weaving slightly as he climbed the hotel steps. Frank gave him time to settle into his room, then made his move. The hotel's back door was unlocked, a common oversight in towns where serious crime was rare. Frank slipped inside, moved quietly up the rear stairs to the 2nd floor. He'd bribed the desk clerk earlier to learn Hutchison's room number, information that cost him $5, and a story about an old debt that needed settling. Room 12 was at the end of the hallway, far from the other guests. Frank pressed his ear to the door, heard the heavy breathing of a man deep in whiskey sleep. The lock was simple, older than the one in Ogalala, but just as vulnerable to a man who knew what he was doing. Frank opened the door slowly, stepped into the room where moonlight streamed through thin curtains. Hutchison lay sprawled across the bed, fully dressed, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. His leather satchel sat on the bedside table, within easy reach of Frank's gloved hands. The satchel contained more money than Frank had expected, nearly $3,000 in gold coins and banknotes. Hutchison's watch and diamond stick pin added another few hundred to the take. Frank pocketed everything, then noticed something else that made him smile. A leather-bound ledger book lay open on the dresser, filled with Hutchison's careful handwriting. Page after page detailed his transactions with trail crews, including notes about how much he'd cheated each group and which cattle companies had shared in the profits. Frank tore out the most incriminating pages, folded them carefully, and tucked them inside his coat. Evidence like this could be useful someday, either for his own protection or to destroy men who'd made fortunes cheating honest cowboys. He slipped out as quietly as he'd entered, leaving Hutchison to wake up poor and confused. By the time the cattle buyer discovered his loss, Frank would be miles away with money that had originally been stolen from men like himself. The next morning found Frank on the trail to Denver, riding midnight through country that grew more beautiful with each mile. The stolen money felt good in his saddlebags, not just because of what it could buy, but because of where it had come from. This was better than the Ogalala job, cleaner and safer. No guards to worry about, no safes to crack, just a simple matter of taking back money that had been stolen in the first place. Frank was beginning to understand that the world was full of men like Hutchison, soft targets who'd grown rich through legal theft. He reached Denver 3 days later, finding the city bigger and busier than he'd expected. The streets bustled with miners heading to the gold fields, gamblers looking for easy marks, and businessmen building fortunes on other people's dreams and labor. Miguel waited for him at a saloon called the Silver Dollar, sitting at a corner table with a bottle of tequila and the patient expression of a man who'd been there for hours. "You're late," Miguel said as Frank sat down. "Had some business to finish." "What kind of business?" Frank pulled out the leather satchel, set it on the table between them. Miguel's eyes widened when he saw the money inside. "Where'd this come from?" "A cattle buyer named Hutchison. Man who made his fortune cheating cowboys in Nebraska." Miguel poured tequila into 2 glasses, slid one across to Frank. "How much?" $3,000, give or take." "And you took it how?" "Walked into his hotel room while he was sleeping off a drunk. Took his money, his watch, and some papers that might prove useful later." Miguel shook his head. "Getting bold, ain't you?" "Getting smart. There's a lot of men like Hutchison out there, Miguel. Men who got rich by stealing from people like us. Why should they keep money that was never theirs to begin with? Because taking it makes us thieves. We were already thieves after Ogalala. Difference is, now I'm getting good at it." Miguel studied Frank's face in the dim saloon light, searching for something that might have changed during their time apart. What happened to the cowboy who just wanted honest work for honest pay? Frank thought about that while he sipped his tequila, tasted the burn of good liquor bought with stolen money. He learned that honest work don't mean much when dishonest men make all the rules. So what now? Now we get the others together and start thinking bigger. There's a whole world of Hutchisons out there, Miguel. Men who sleep sound at night because they think their money's safe. Frank pulled out one of the ledger pages, spread it on the table between them. "Look at this. Names, dates, amounts. This one man cheated maybe 50 trail crews over the past 2 years. 50 groups of honest cowboys who got robbed by legal means." Miguel read the entries, his face growing darker with each line. Bastards. Rich bastards. And they're going to stay rich until someone takes back what they stole. You really think we can make a living at this? Frank looked around the saloon, at the miners and gamblers, the businessmen and drifters, all of them chasing their own version of easy money. "I think we can make a better living than we ever did pushing cattle for men like Hutchison." Miguel raised his glass, hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Too easy money, then." "Too easy money," Frank agreed. They drank to their new profession while piano music drifted from the front of the saloon, and Denver went about its business outside. Frank felt something settling inside him, a sense of purpose that had nothing to do with justice and everything to do with taking what he wanted from a world that had never given him anything for free. Chapter 7. The Denver Pacific Railroad cut through the Colorado mountains like a scar across God's country, carrying passengers and freight between Denver and Cheyenne on a schedule that ran precise as a Swiss watch. Frank crouched behind a boulder 30 yards from the tracks, checking his pocket watch against the distant whistle that announced the 317 eastbound. "Right on time," he murmured to Miguel, who lay flat beside him with a Winchester rifle cradled in his arms. The gang had reunited in Denver 2 weeks ago, sharing stories of their separate adventures since Ogalala. Caleb had tried his luck in the gold fields and come away with empty pockets and hard-learned lessons about trusting strangers. Danny Brooks had gambled his way across Wyoming territory, winning some and losing more. Tom Henley and Jimmy Prescott had drifted together, working odd jobs and staying out of trouble. All of them had come back leaner and harder, seasoned by months of living outside the law. Frank had used the time to plan their next job, something bigger than robbing drunken cattle buyers, something that would establish them as serious players in the outlaw game. "You sure about this?" Miguel asked, watching the black locomotive grow larger as it approached their position. "Sure as I can be about anything." Frank had spent 3 weeks studying the Denver Pacific's operations, riding the trains as a passenger, talking to conductors and brakemen, learning the routines that kept the railroad running. The 317 eastbound carried a Wells Fargo Express car with a safe full of payroll money for the Union Pacific's construction crews working the Wyoming line. Caleb and Danny waited 100 yards down the track where the rails curved around a granite outcropping. Tom and Jimmy were positioned on the far side of the train, ready to cover the passenger cars and make sure no heroes tried to complicate the job. The locomotive rounded the curve, black smoke pouring from its stack as the engineer spotted the pile of rocks Frank's men had placed on the tracks. The whistle shrieked a warning, brakes squealed against steel wheels, and the train began its long slide to a stop. "Now," Frank said. He and Miguel rose from cover, bandanas pulled up over their faces, rifles pointed at the locomotive cab. The engineer and fireman raised their hands without argument. They'd been through this before and knew that cooperation meant survival. "Everyone stay calm," Frank called out in a voice that carried along the length of the train. "We're here for the express car, not the passengers. Do what you're told, and nobody gets hurt." The Wells Fargo guard in the express car had other ideas. Frank heard the distinctive sound of a shotgun being cocked, saw the muzzle appear at the car's side window. "Open up in there," Frank shouted. "We know you got a safe full of Union Pacific money." "Go to hell," came the reply. Miguel sighted down his rifle barrel, put a bullet through the express car's wooden door 6 inches from where the guard's voice had originated. The sound echoed off the canyon walls like thunder. "Next one goes through your head," Miguel called out. "Your choice." A long pause, then the sound of the car's door sliding open. The guard appeared with his hands raised, a middle-aged man with gray whiskers and scared eyes. "Safe's in the back," he said. "Time lock won't open for another hour." Frank had expected that complication. Wells Fargo used time locks on their most valuable shipments, mechanisms that couldn't be opened even by men who knew the combination. But Frank had learned other ways to deal with safes during his months on the outlaw trail. "Caleb, bring up the powder," he called. Caleb Wright jogged toward the express car carrying a canvas bag that clinked with each step. Inside were 4 sticks of dynamite Frank had purchased from a mining supply company in Denver, along with fuses and blasting caps. "You boys might want to step back," Frank told the guard and the train crew. "This could get loud." He and Caleb worked quickly, placing the charges around the safe's hinges while the passengers watched through the windows of the coaches. Frank could see their faces, some frightened, others curious, a few that looked almost excited by the drama unfolding before them. "Fire in the hole," Frank yelled. The explosion shook the entire train, blowing out windows and filling the express car with smoke and dust. When the air cleared, the safe door hung askew, its interior visible through the twisted metal. Inside, neat stacks of bills filled wooden drawers. Frank grabbed handful after handful, stuffing the money into grain sacks while Caleb stood guard. The take was even better than he'd hoped. Maybe $8,000 in payroll money destined for railroad workers who would now have to wait for their wages. "That's enough," Miguel called from outside. "Time to go." Frank emerged from the smoking express car to find his men mounted and ready. The train crew and passengers watched from the windows as the 6 outlaws rode up the canyon wall, following a game trail that would take them high into the mountains where pursuit would be impossible. "How much?" Danny asked as they reached the first ridge. 8,000, maybe more. Caleb whooped and fired his pistol in the air. "We're rich boys." "We're criminals," Tom Henley corrected, but he was grinning as he said it. They rode hard for the first hour, putting distance between themselves and the railroad before stopping to divide the money. Frank counted out the bills by firelight, making sure each man got his fair share. $1,300 each, he announced. "More money than any of us made in a year of cowboying." "And a lot easier work," Jimmy Prescott observed. Frank looked at the faces around the campfire, saw his own satisfaction reflected in their eyes. The train robbery had gone exactly as planned. No one hurt, no serious complications, and enough money to keep them comfortable for months. "What now?" Miguel asked. "Now we lay low, let things cool down. The railroad's going to have detectives swarming all over this territory, looking for 6 men with new money to spend." "Where do we go?" Frank had been thinking about that during the ride from the train. Colorado Territory was getting crowded with lawmen and bounty hunters, men who made their living tracking down outlaws. It was time to find friendlier country. "Texas," he said. "Lots of empty space, friendly sheriffs who don't ask too many questions. We can operate there without looking over our shoulders every minute." "Back to Texas," Caleb said. "I like the sound of that." They broke camp before dawn, scattering in different directions with plans to meet in San Antonio in 2 months. Frank rode south alone, thinking about how much had changed since he'd first arrived in Texas as an orphan looking for honest work. The Union Pacific job had been different from robbing Hutchison or cracking the Consolidated safe. This felt professional, organized, like something a man could build a reputation on. Word would spread about the train robbery, and Frank's name would become known in the outlaw community. That thought should have worried him more than it did. Being known meant being hunted, and being hunted meant looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. But Frank found he didn't mind the risk. The money in his saddlebags felt like validation, proof that he could take what he wanted from a world that had never offered him anything for free. He stopped at a creek to water midnight, studying his reflection in the clear mountain water. The face that looked back was harder than the one that had left Louisiana 3 years ago, marked by sun and wind, and the kind of experiences that aged a man faster than calendar years. Frank Cordell the cowboy was truly dead now, replaced by someone who lived by his wits and his gun. The transformation felt complete, like shedding an old skin that had grown too tight. A week later, he read about the robbery in a Denver newspaper. The headline called it "A Daring Daylight Train Robbery," and described the Outlaws as a well-organized gang of desperados led by a mysterious figure who showed military precision in the execution of their crime. The article mentioned that the Union Pacific was offering a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the robbers. Frank smiled at that, his first bounty, a sign that he'd graduated from small-time thief to serious outlaw. The newspaper also mentioned that the railroad was hiring additional guards and installing new security measures on all express cars. Frank filed that information away for future reference. Every successful job would make the next one harder, forcing him to stay ahead of the law's countermeasures. He folded the paper, tucked it into his saddlebag as a memento. Someday, when he was old and gray, he might enjoy reading about his adventures. If he lived that long. The trail to Texas stretched ahead, empty and inviting under the Colorado sun. Frank touched his heels to midnight's flanks, settled into the easy rhythm of a man with nowhere particular to be, and all the time in the world to get there. Behind him, the railroad continued its work of connecting east to west, carrying passengers and freight across the vast American landscape. Ahead lay new opportunities, new targets, new chances to take what he wanted from a world that respected only strength and cunning. Frank Cordell had found his calling at last. It wasn't the life his Aunt Martha had envisioned for him, but it was the life that fit him like a custom-made saddle. He was good at it, better than he'd ever been at anything else. Chapter 8. The adobe house sat alone in a valley 20 miles west of San Antonio, its roof charred black from a fire that had burned 3 days ago. Frank dismounted from midnight, walked through the ruins of what had been a small but prosperous ranch. Chickens pecked at scattered corn in the yard, while a milk cow lowed mournfully from a makeshift pen. Maria Esperanza emerged from the house carrying a bundle of salvaged clothes, her face streaked with soot and tears. She looked maybe 30, with the weathered hands of a woman who'd worked hard all her life. Two small children peered at Frank from behind her skirts. "Senor," she said in accented English. "You are lost, perhaps?" "No, ma'am. Heard about your trouble in town. Came to see if you needed help." Maria's expression grew wary. Strangers offering help usually wanted something in return, and she'd learned not to trust easy kindness. "We manage," she said. "My husband, he comes back soon with work. We build again." Frank had heard the real story in San Antonio. Maria's husband, Ramon, had died in the fire trying to save their livestock. The blaze started when lightning struck their barn during a storm, spreading to the house before anyone could stop it. Now Maria was alone with two children and no money to rebuild. "Where's your husband working?" Frank asked gently. The question broke her composure. She sat down hard on the porch steps, buried her face in her hands while the children pressed closer to her sides. "He is dead," she whispered. "Died in the fire. I tell the niños he is working, but he is buried behind the house." Frank felt something twist in his chest. He'd seen plenty of hardship during his wandering years, but something about this woman's quiet dignity in the face of disaster reminded him of his Aunt Martha. The same stubborn strength, the same refusal to burden others with her troubles. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said. "The bank, they come tomorrow. Say we owe money on the land, must pay or leave." She looked up at Frank with dark eyes that held no hope. "But we have nothing to pay with." Frank knew about the bank too. First National of San Antonio held mortgages on half the small ranches in the territory, and they weren't known for their patience with struggling borrowers. The banker, a soft man named Carruthers, had grown rich foreclosing on properties like this one. "How much do you owe?" $300. Might as well be 3,000. Frank reached into his coat, pulled out a roll of bills from his share of the Union Pacific job. He peeled off $300 notes, held them out to Maria. "Here." She stared at the money like it might bite her. "I cannot take this. I have no way to pay you back." "Don't want you to pay me back." "But why? You do not know me." Frank looked at the burned house, the scared children, the woman trying to hold her family together with nothing but stubborn pride. He thought about all the money he'd taken from cattle buyers and railroad companies. Cash that had originally been stolen from honest people like Maria and her dead husband. "Let's just say I owe a debt to folks like you." Maria took the money with trembling hands, counted it twice to make sure it was real. "I do not understand. Who are you?" "Just a man passing through." Frank climbed back on midnight, tipped his hat to the woman and children. As he rode away, he could hear Maria crying, not from sorrow this time but from relief. The story spread through San Antonio's Mexican Quarter like wildfire. A mysterious stranger had saved the Esperanza Ranch, paid off their mortgage, and ridden away without asking for anything in return. By the time the tale reached the saloons and cantinas, the amount had grown to $1,000, and the stranger had become a folk hero. Frank heard the story himself a week later, sitting in Rodriguez's cantina with a beer and a plate of beans. Two vaqueros at the next table discussed the mysterious benefactor in rapid Spanish, speculating about his identity and his motives. "They say he was very tall," one man said, "with eyes like winter and a horse black as midnight. I heard he was a rich man from Mexico, come north to help our people." No. My cousin's wife's brother knows the truth. He was a bandito, taking money from the rich to give to the poor." Frank smiled into his beer. The truth was simpler and more complicated than any of their theories. He'd given Maria the money because she needed it, and he didn't, because her dead husband had probably been cheated by the same system that had cheated Frank and his crew in Nebraska. The cantina door swung open, admitting a thin man in a dusty suit who looked around the room with nervous eyes. Frank recognized him as a clerk from the First National Bank, probably looking for someone who owed money. "Excuse me," the clerk said in careful Spanish. "I am looking for the Morales family. They have missed payments on their loan." The conversation in the cantina died. Every face turned toward the banker's clerk, with expressions ranging from suspicion to outright hostility. "No Morales here," said the bartender. "But I was told." "You were told wrong." The clerk retreated, but Frank had heard enough. He followed the man outside, catching up to him in the dusty street. "You looking for the Morales family?" "Yes. Do you know them?" "They owe the bank $400, and Mr. Carruthers is getting impatient." Frank had seen the Morales place during his rides around San Antonio, a small farm where an elderly couple raised vegetables and a few goats. Hard-working people trying to scratch a living from poor soil. What happens if they can't pay? Foreclosure, I'm afraid. Bank takes the property, sells it to recover the debt. And the old folks? The clerk shrugged. Not the bank's concern. They should have thought about that before they borrowed money they couldn't repay. Frank felt the familiar, cold anger settle in his stomach. Men like this clerk and his boss Carruthers grew fat on other people's misery, hiding behind legal papers while they destroyed lives. "Where can I find this Morales place?" 3 miles north of town, near the creek. "But I wouldn't advise getting involved, senor. This is bank business." Frank mounted Midnight, rode north until he found the small farm the clerk had described. The Morales house was even smaller than Maria's had been, but neat and well-maintained. An old man worked in a vegetable garden, while his wife hung laundry on a line stretched between 2 mesquite trees. "Buenos dias," Frank called out as he approached. The old man straightened, squinting at Frank in the afternoon sun. "Good day to you, senor. I hear you folks might have some trouble with the bank." The man's face darkened. "You work for them?" "No. Opposite of that, actually." Frank explained that he'd overheard the clerk looking for them, that he knew about the $400 debt. The old couple listened with the resignation of people who'd lived long enough to know that strangers rarely brought good news. "We try to pay," the woman said. "But the drought, it killed our crops. And my husband, his back is not so good now." "How long you lived here?" 30 years, the man replied. "Built this place with my own hands, raised 6 children here." Frank reached for his money roll, counted out $400. "This should take care of your bank problem." The old couple stared at the bills like they were seeing a vision. The woman crossed herself, murmured a prayer in Spanish. "Who are you?" the man asked. "Nobody special. Just someone who thinks banks got enough money already." Frank left them standing in their garden, holding enough cash to save their home and their future. He rode back toward San Antonio, thinking about the look of wonder and gratitude in their eyes. 2 more families received mysterious assistance over the next week. The widow Consuela Torres found an envelope under her door, containing money to pay for her son's medicine. The Herrera family discovered enough cash hidden in their chicken coop to save their small store from bankruptcy. Each time, Frank was careful to remain anonymous. He left the money at night, never staying long enough to be seen or identified. But the stories spread anyway, growing with each telling. The Mexican community began calling him El Ángel Negro, the Black Angel, because of his black horse and his habit of appearing when people needed help most. The Anglo community had their own theories, ranging from a guilt-ridden rich man to a reformed outlaw seeking redemption. Frank read about himself in the San Antonio Express, an article titled "Mysterious Benefactor Aids Local Families." The reporter speculated about the stranger's identity and motives, interviewing several families who'd received help. "He appeared like an answer to prayer," Maria Esperanza told the newspaper. A good man with a kind heart and a black horse. The article annoyed Frank more than it pleased him. The last thing he needed was newspaper attention while he was planning the gang's next job. But he couldn't bring himself to regret helping the families, even if it complicated his outlaw career. He met Miguel at a saloon outside town, sharing the newspaper article over drinks and discussing their growing reputation. "You're getting famous," Miguel observed. "People talking about the Black Angel from here to Laredo." "People talk too much." "Maybe. But this kind of talk ain't all bad. Makes folks see us as more than just robbers." Frank had been thinking the same thing. The families he'd helped would never cooperate with lawmen hunting the Black Angel. Their children would grow up hearing stories about the mysterious rider who saved their homes and businesses. "Might be useful someday," he agreed. "What about the others? Caleb and the boys?" "They'll be here tomorrow. Got word from Danny that they're ready for the next job." Miguel studied Frank's face in the dim saloon light. "This helping people, it means something to you?" Frank considered the question while watching a card game at the next table. Did it mean something to him, or was it just a practical way to build goodwill in the community? "Maybe it does," he said finally. "Maybe I'm tired of only taking from people. Maybe it feels good to give something back for once. Even if it's stolen money you're giving. Especially if it's stolen money. Banks and railroad companies got more than they need. These families got nothing." Miguel raised his beer. "To Robin Hood, then." "Don't call me that." "Why not? You're robbing from the rich to help the poor. Sounds like Robin Hood to me." Frank drank his beer, thought about legends and the men who became them. Robin Hood was a story, a comfortable lie people told themselves about outlaws with noble hearts. The truth was messier. Frank helped people because it served his purposes and because it felt better than just taking all the time. But if people wanted to believe in the Black Angel, if they wanted to see him as something more than a common thief, Frank wasn't going to correct them. Sometimes the legend was more useful than the truth. Chapter 9. Danny Brooks waited at the bar in McCready's saloon, nursing a whiskey and trying to look like just another drifter with time to kill. The telegram in his pocket had brought him to Austin on Frank's orders, along with instructions to recruit men who could be trusted with sensitive information. "You the man asking about railroad work?" Danny turned to find a tall, lean fellow with calloused hands and intelligent eyes. The man's clothes marked him as a working man, but something in his posture suggested he'd seen trouble and survived it. "Depends who's asking," Danny replied. "Name's Elias Finch. Heard you might have opportunities for a man with the right skills." Danny had been expecting this contact. Finch was a former Union Pacific employee who'd been fired for asking too many questions about missing payroll money. Word was he held grudges and wasn't particular about how he settled them. "What kind of skills you got?" 20 years on the railroad. Know every route between here and California, every schedule, every security measure they use." Finch signaled the bartender for whiskey. "Also know which runs carry the most money and when they're most vulnerable. That kind of information's valuable. Worth more than the railroad ever paid me for it." Danny studied Finch's face, noting the bitter lines around his eyes and the careful way he spoke. This was a man who'd been wronged and wasn't looking for redemption, exactly the type Frank wanted for their expanding operation. "My employer might be interested in what you know," Danny said. "But he's careful about who he does business with." "Smart man. This business requires careful people." They talked for another hour, Finch sharing railroad schedules and security details while Danny asked questions that would help Frank plan future jobs. By the time they finished their drinks, Danny was convinced they'd found the right man. There's a cantina in San Antonio called Rodriguez's, Danny said. Be there next Tuesday at noon. Ask for a man named Miguel. Finch nodded, finished his whiskey. Tell your employer, I'm not interested in small jobs. If we're going to do business, it better be worth the risk. It will be. 3 days later, Frank sat across from Elias Finch in the back room of Rodriguez's cantina, listening to the railroad man outline security measures that had been implemented since the Colorado train robbery. They're using guards now on every express car, Finch explained, spreading a hand-drawn map across the table. 2 men minimum, sometimes 4 on high-value runs. All of them armed with rifles and shotguns. What about the safes? Frank asked. New Mosler models with time locks. Can't be opened, even if you know the combination, until the timer runs out. Miguel leaned forward. How long? Depends on the run. Usually set for arrival time plus 2 hours. Gives them time to unload and get the money to the bank. Frank studied the map, noting the locations Finch had marked with X's. Each one represented a potential target, but the increased security meant higher risks and more complicated planning. Tell me about the Central Pacific run from San Francisco, Frank said, pointing to a route that crossed through Nevada territory. Now that's interesting. Finch's eyes brightened. Monthly payroll run for the mining companies in Virginia City. Usually carries between $15,000 and $20,000. Security. Light, because they think the route's too remote for serious trouble. 2 guards, older men who got the job because they knew somebody. More interested in their card games than watching for bandits. Frank traced the route with his finger, calculating distances and escape routes. The Central Pacific line ran through some of the loneliest country in America, miles from the nearest town or telegraph office. When's the next run? 3 weeks from tomorrow. Train leaves San Francisco on the 15th, reaches Carson City on the 16th. The cantina door opened, admitting another man Frank had been expecting. Tommy Vale was a smooth-talking confidence artist who'd worked the riverboat circuit before the war made that profession too dangerous. He had the kind of face people trusted, and the kind of skills that made that trust profitable. Gentlemen, Tommy said, removing his hat with a flourish. I trust I'm not interrupting important business. Tommy Vale, meet Elias Finch, Frank said. Finch knows railroads, Tommy knows people. Figured you two should get acquainted. Tommy shook Finch's hand, his politician's smile never wavering. Always a pleasure to meet a fellow professional. What's your line of work? Finch asked. I help people part with money they don't really need. Usually through games of chance or investment opportunities. Con games. I prefer confidence artistry, but yes, essentially. Frank watched the 2 men size each other up, noting the mutual recognition of kindred spirits. Both were professionals who'd chosen the outlaw life not from desperation, but from opportunity. Tommy's going to help us with information, Frank explained. Rich folks love to talk about their money, and Tommy's good at getting them to talk. What kind of information? Finch asked. Tommy sat down, accepted a glass of tequila from Miguel. Bank transfers, payroll schedules, who's carrying what and when. You'd be amazed what people will tell you if you ask the right questions in the right way. For instance, Tommy continued, pulling out a leather notebook, I had a very interesting conversation with a cattle buyer from Kansas City last week. Seems he's shipping $100,000 to San Antonio next month to purchase steers for eastern markets. Frank felt his pulse quicken. $100,000 was more money than he'd ever imagined stealing in one job. How's it being shipped? Southern Pacific Express car, special run with extra guards. But here's the interesting part. They're using a decoy train as well. 2 identical cars, same route, same schedule. Only the railroad officials know which one carries the real money. Smart, Finch admitted grudgingly. Very smart. But not foolproof. Tommy smiled. Because I also learned which bank is receiving the money and when they expect it to arrive. If you know when and where, you can figure out which train is real. The planning session continued for 3 hours. 3 criminal minds working together to solve the puzzle of profitable train robbery. Frank found himself impressed by both men's professionalism and attention to detail. Finch understood the technical aspects, schedules, routes, security measures. Tommy provided the human intelligence. Who had money where it was going, when it would be most vulnerable? Together, they gave Frank the tools he needed to plan jobs that would make his previous robberies look like pocket-picking. What about manpower? Frank asked as they prepared to leave. These bigger jobs need more men than I've got. I might know some people, Finch said. Good men who got tired of working for railroad wages. Same here, Tommy agreed. Lot of professional gamblers and confidence men looking for steadier work. This war's made things difficult for men in our line of business. Frank stood up, shook hands with both men. We'll be in touch. Keep your ears open and your mouths shut. After they left, Frank and Miguel sat in the empty cantina, drinking and thinking about the opportunities that had just opened up before them. Getting complicated, Miguel observed. Getting profitable, Frank replied. Those 2 men just showed us how to steal more money in one job than we made in our whole lives as cowboys. Also showed us how to get caught and hanged. That's the risk. But look at the rewards, Miguel. $100,000. That's enough to disappear forever, buy ranches, live like kings. Miguel swirled tequila in his glass, watching the amber liquid catch the lamplight. You really think we can pull off something that big? With the right information and the right men? Yes, I do. And if we get caught? Frank had been asking himself that question for months, ever since they'd robbed their first train in Colorado. Every job carried the risk of prison or worse, but the alternative was going back to pushing other men's cattle for $40 a month. Then we get caught rich instead of poor. Miguel laughed despite himself. You're loco, Frank. But I've been following you this long, might as well see where it leads. It leads to more money than we ever dreamed of having, and the respect that comes with being successful at something. Even if that something is robbery. Especially if it's robbery. Banks and railroads steal from people every day, Miguel. They just do it with legal papers instead of guns. We're more honest than they are. Miguel raised his glass. To honesty, then. To honesty, Frank agreed. They drank to their criminal enterprise while San Antonio went about its business outside, unaware that the Black Angel and his associates were planning their most ambitious heist yet. The network was expanding. Professional criminals joining forces with bitter ex-cowboys who'd learned that taking what you wanted was more profitable than waiting for what you deserved. Frank Cordell had started as a lone wolf seeking justice for past wrongs. Now he was becoming something more dangerous, the leader of an organization that could strike anywhere, any time with the kind of precision that would make him a legend. Or get him killed. Chapter 10. The train won't stop. Elias Finch tapped a grease-stained finger on the map, leaving a smudge on the line that marked the Central Pacific track through the Nevada high desert. Not for rocks on the rail, not for a signal fire. The new directive from Omaha says they barrel through. They'll risk a derailment before they risk a stop in the middle of nowhere. Frank Cordell looked at the map, then at the faces around the table in the back room of the San Antonio cantina. The air was thick with stale cigar smoke and the smell of cheap tequila. Miguel sat across from him, his face a mask of stone. Tommy Vale, dressed in a suit that looked out of place anywhere west of the Mississippi, polished a silver cufflink and watched Finch with amusement. So we can't stop it, Frank said. It wasn't a question. Not from the outside, Finch said. But a train's got to take on water. There's one stop, a tank town called Jericho Wells. It's not on the public timetable. Just a water tower and a telegraph shack in 100 miles of sagebrush. Tommy Vale stopped polishing his cufflink. How much money did you say was in the express car? 15, maybe 20,000 in mining payroll, Finch answered, his eyes fixed on Frank. But it doesn't matter how much if you can't get to it. Frank traced the rail line with his thumb. Jericho Wells. He pictured it. The heat shimmering off the rails, the silence of the desert. The guards? 2, Finch said. Old-timers named Gus and Miller. They ride in the express car, play poker from Reno to Carson City. They think the desert is security enough. Complacency is a beautiful thing, Tommy murmured, smiling. How do we get on the train? Miguel asked, speaking for the first time. His voice was low, rough like gravel. Frank looked at Tommy Vale. That's your job. Tommy's smile widened. He looked like a politician, seeing a ballot box he could stuff. A pleasure. I'll need a new suit. Something a San Francisco banker would wear. And a ticket to Sacramento. 2 weeks later, a man who called himself Mr. Alistair Finch boarded the Central Pacific eastbound in Sacramento. He carried a polished leather briefcase and wore a suit of fine English wool that made him sweat in the California heat. He tipped the porter a silver dollar and settled into a private compartment, asking not to be disturbed. The real Elias Finch was already in Nevada with the rest of the gang, camped in the hills overlooking Jericho Wells, cleaning his rifle and waiting. The train was a snake of yellow and green, cutting through the Sierra Nevada foothills. Tommy Vale, now Mr. Alistair Finch, did not stay in his compartment. He walked the length of the train, his smile easy, his pocket full of expensive cigars. He found the express car, 4 cars back from the engine. He found the 2 guards, Gus and Miller, sitting on packing crates, a deck of cards between them on an overturned barrel. Gentlemen, Tommy said, offering his cigar case. A long ride ahead. Care for a smoke? Gus, a man with a belly that strained the buttons of his uniform, took one without hesitation. Miller, thinner and suspicious, studied Tommy's suit. We're on duty. Of course, Tommy said, his tone apologetic. My apologies. A man gets lonely on these long trips. I'm in mining investments. Headed for Virginia City. You boys ever think about investing? By the time the train crossed into Nevada, Tommy knew Gus had a wife who spent too much money, and Miller had a son who wanted to go to medical school. He didn't talk about robbery. He talked about a new silver strike, a sure thing, an opportunity for men of vision to get in on the ground floor. He made them feel like partners, not guards. He made them forget the payroll sacks stacked in the corner. He left them with 3 cigars each and a promise to talk more before Carson City. He went back to his compartment and watched the landscape flatten into the gray-green emptiness of the Great Basin. The train whistle echoed through the canyon, a lonely sound in the vast silence. Frank watched from a ridge a half-mile away, field glasses pressed to his eyes. He saw the plume of black smoke first, then the engine itself, chugging toward the solitary water tower of Jericho Wells. He's on it, Frank said. Miguel lay beside him, Winchester resting on a bed of rocks. Caleb and Danny were with the horses, hidden in a dry wash 200 yards away. Elias Finch was a quarter-mile down the track, near the telegraph shack, his job to make sure no messages got out. The train hissed to a stop, the engine directly beneath the water tower. The fireman climbed onto the tender, pulling the big spout into place. Frank watched the passenger cars. Faces peered out, bored, looking at a landscape that had not changed for 6 hours. He swung the glasses to the express car. The side door slid open. Gus appeared, stretching his arms. Miller stood behind him, rifle held loosely in one hand. Then Tommy Vale walked up, smiling, offering another cigar. Frank focused on Tommy's hands. He saw the quick, almost invisible motion. A glint of steel. Gus grunted, his eyes wide with surprise as Tommy's derringer pressed into his ample stomach. Miller raised his rifle, but he was too slow. Miguel's Winchester cracked, the sound sharp and clean in the dry air. Miller spun around, dropping his rifle, and fell back into the car. "Now," Frank said. He and Miguel slid down the shale slope, running low toward the tracks. On the train, Tommy was already inside the express car, Gus held in front of him as a shield. "Everybody stay on the train," Frank yelled, his voice carrying in the still air. "This doesn't concern you." He pulled himself up into the car. Miller was on the floor, a dark stain spreading on his chest, his eyes staring at the ceiling. Gus was sweating, his face the color of ash. "The safe," Frank said to Gus. It's a time lock," the guard stammered. "Can't be opened." Frank looked at the black Mosler safe bolted to the floor. Finch had told him about it. He pulled a canvas sack from his belt. It clinked. Dynamite. "Get back," he said to Tommy. He worked fast, packing the sticks around the hinges, cutting the fuse short. He lit it with a match, the sulfur smell sharp in the enclosed space. He and Tommy jumped from the car, dragging Gus with them, and hit the ground running. The explosion was a dull crump, contained by the thick walls of the car. Smoke billowed from the open door. Frank was the first one back inside. The safe door hung by a single twisted hinge. Sacks of money, stamped with the seal of the Carson City Mining Consortium, were scattered across the floor. He started grabbing them, tossing them to Miguel. From down the track, 2 shots rang out. Finch's signal. The telegraph operator had tried to be a hero. "Time to go," Miguel said, his voice calm. They threw the last sack to the ground. Caleb and Danny came charging up with the horses, 4 saddled and 1 pack mule. Frank grabbed Midnight's reins, swung into the saddle. He looked back at the train. The engineer and fireman stood by the engine, hands in the air. Passengers stared from the windows, their faces pale. Tommy Vale tipped his hat to them, a final theatrical gesture before mounting his horse. Frank took one last look at the express car, at the dead guard on the floor. He felt nothing. This was the cost. He turned Midnight toward the hills and kicked him into a gallop. Chapter 11. He used dynamite. Major Samuel Clayton ran a gloved finger over the telegraph, flimsy, the paper thin and brittle as a dead leaf. He stood in the Austin headquarters of the Texas Adjutant General, a place that smelled of floor wax and old paper. Maps of Texas, crisscrossed with rail lines and proposed cattle trails, covered one wall. Captain McNelly, commander of the Washington County State Police, shifted his weight from one foot to the other. He was a big man, soft in the middle, his uniform tight across the shoulders. "Yes, sir." Blew the door clean off the hinges. Made a mess of the express car. "He didn't need to," Clayton said. His voice was quiet, without inflection. He looked up from the telegraph, his eyes the color of a washed-out winter sky. "A Mosler safe of that vintage, the hinges are the weak point. A single, well-placed charge would have done it. 4 sticks is theatrical. It's a message." McNelly frowned. "What kind of message?" "That he can afford to waste dynamite." Clayton let the flimsy fall to his desk. It sat beside a stack of similar reports. One from Colorado, describing a daylight train robbery. Another from Nebraska, detailing a safe cracking at a cattle company office. Witness statements, railroad manifests, coroner's reports. He had read them all twice. The guard who was killed. Miller. The report says he was shot from a distance. That's right. A single rifle shot. From a ridge, maybe half a mile off. Not half a mile, Clayton corrected. 540 yards. I had my man measure it. A moving train, a target appearing for only a moment in a doorway. That's not a cowboy with a grudge. That's a marksman. Clayton walked to the wall map, his boots making no sound on the polished floor. He was a lean man, built of wire and bone, his graying hair cut short military style. He had served under Forrest in the war, and he still moved like a cavalry officer with a coiled stillness that promised sudden, decisive action. He picked up a red pin from a tray. "Ogalala, Nebraska," he said, pressing the pin into the map. "A cattle company office. $15,000. Professional job, no witnesses who saw a face." He picked up another pin. "Near Julesburg, Colorado. Union Pacific eastbound. 8,000. Again, disciplined. They hit the express car and vanished. He selected a third pin, its red head bright against the pale paper. "Jericho Wells, Nevada. Central Pacific. 20,000. One guard killed resisting, another taken hostage and released unharmed. A telegraph operator shot dead. They knew the train's unscheduled water stop. They had a man on the inside." He stepped back from the map. The three red pins formed a wide, deliberate triangle across the West. 3 jobs, 3 territories, $70,000 in 18 months. The same crew? "Pinkerton agents think so," McNelly said. "They're calling them the Dynamite Gang." Clayton made a sound that was almost a laugh, a dry rustle in the back of his throat. "The Pinkertons are overpaid grocers who think a fast horse and a loud voice can catch a ghost. This isn't a gang. A gang is a mob. A mob is sloppy. This is a unit. It's led." He returned to his desk, picked up a sketch drawn by a passenger from the Jericho Wells robbery. It showed a man in a fine suit, tipping his hat as the gang rode away. A con man. Another specialist. "They have an inside man with the railroads," Clayton said, thinking aloud. "A confidence man to handle the passengers and guards. A marksman. And a leader who understands explosives, timing, and fear. He doesn't kill civilians. He kills men who get in his way. He's making rules for a game no one else knows they're playing." "So what do we do?" McNelly asked, his voice laced with the frustration of a man facing a problem he couldn't solve with a simple arrest warrant. Clayton looked at the captain, his gaze direct and unnerving. "You will do nothing. You will tell your sheriffs to report any movement of strangers, any man spending new money. But they are not to act. I don't want them spooking the herd before I have my fences up." "Your fences?" "The telegraph," Clayton said, tapping a finger on the machine in the corner of the room. "And the railroad. The very things this man uses for his work, we will use to unmake him. He thinks of the West as a wide-open space where a man can disappear. He's wrong. It's a network of wires and rails. Every station is a listening post. Every train schedule is a piece of intelligence." He began to pace, his steps measured, precise. "He started in Texas. I can feel it. A man doesn't learn to operate like this in a vacuum. He was a cowboy, probably on one of the drives that got cheated in Ogalala. That's where he was recruited, or where he did the recruiting. He feels he was wronged, so he's taking what he believes is his. There's a logic to it. A kind of military honor." "Honor?" McNelly scoffed. "He's a train robber. A killer." "He is the enemy," Clayton said, his voice dropping, becoming hard as iron. "And you hunt the enemy by learning how he thinks. You anticipate his movements. You study his supply lines. You learn to recognize his signature on the battlefield." He stopped at his desk and picked up a fresh sheet of paper, dipping a pen in an inkwell. His handwriting was neat, exact. "I want a list," he said, not looking at McNelly. Every man who worked for a Texas ranch on a northbound drive that ended in Nebraska 2 years ago. I want to know who was paid off, who quit, who disappeared. I want to know about a quiet man who can handle horses. I want to know about a Mexican who can shoot the eye out of a hawk at 500 yards. I want to know about a young hothead eager for a fight. McNelly stared, dumbfounded. Major, that could be hundreds of men. It's impossible. Clayton finally looked up, and the coldness in his eyes made the captain take an involuntary step back. Captain, the word impossible is a luxury afforded to men who have the option of failure. I do not. The governor has given me a mandate to make the rails safe. This man, this ghost, is a direct threat to the commerce and future of this state. He is an insurgency, and I will put him down. He finished his note and handed it to a young ranger who had been standing silently by the door for the entire meeting. Sergeant, take this to the telegraph office. Send it to our station chiefs in Dallas, San Antonio, and Fort Worth. All payroll movements, bank transfers, and high-value freight shipments are to be rerouted through this office. Nothing moves on the Southern Pacific, the TNP, or the Katy line without my direct authorization. We are closing the commissary. The ranger nodded, his face impassive. Yes, sir. As the sergeant left, Clayton turned back to the map. The 3 red pins seemed to glow in the afternoon light. It was a puzzle, a campaign map. And somewhere out there, his opponent was planning his next move. One more thing, Captain, Clayton said, his back to the room. Sir. Tell the Pinkerton agency to send me everything they have on a con artist named Tommy Vale. Last seen working the riverboats out of St. Louis. Likes expensive suits and silver cufflinks. Clayton picked up another red pin, held it between his thumb and forefinger. He didn't place it on the map yet. He waited, studying the vast empty spaces between the lines of track. He was building a cage of wire and steel, and he would wait as long as it took for his quarry to walk into it. Chapter 12. The money from the Nevada job was good, clean paper. It bought the best whiskey, fresh horses, and silence from the right people. For 6 weeks, Frank's crew lived easy in a line shack tucked into the breaks of the Pease River country, a place so remote the law had forgotten it existed. They played poker on a blanket spread on the dirt floor, the stakes rising with the liquor they consumed. They cleaned their guns until the steel gleamed. They waited. Frank didn't play cards. He sat by the fire, nursing a cup of coffee that was more grounds than water, and studied his maps. He had railroad timetables now, courtesy of Elias Finch, and lists of bank transfer dates from Tommy Vale. He was a general planning a campaign, but the battlefield felt different now. Bigger. Quiet. You're going to wear holes in that paper, Caleb Wright said, throwing a hand down in disgust. He'd lost $50 to Danny Brooks's bluff. The paper's not the problem, Frank said, not looking up. It's the spaces in between. Miguel, cleaning his Winchester by the firelight, paused. You feel something. I feel things are too quiet, Frank said. A job like the one in Nevada, it makes noise. The Pinkertons, the railroad bulls, they should be kicking up dust all over the territory. But we've heard nothing. Not a whisper. Maybe they gave up, Danny said, raking in his winnings. Maybe they know they can't catch us. Nobody gives up on $20,000, Frank said. He folded the map. They're not making noise because they're listening. 200 miles south, in a saloon in Fort Griffin, the air was a fog of sweat, cheap perfume, and desperation. A man named Ike Scoggins wiped the bar with a gray rag, listening to the talk of buffalo hunters and soldiers from the nearby fort. He heard everything in this room. He was a living ledger of the town's sins and secrets. A stranger sat at the end of the bar, nursing a single beer for the last hour. He was dressed like a drummer, in a plain suit and a bowler hat, but his eyes missed nothing. He didn't look at the painted women or the faro game in the corner. He looked at the men who came and went, noting the quality of their boots, the make of their guns. When the room thinned out after midnight, the stranger pushed his empty glass forward. "Another," he said. Ike drew the beer, letting the foam settle. "Ain't from around here." "Buying cattle," the stranger said. "Looking for men who know the country. Heard this was a place a man could find experienced hands." "You heard right," Ike said. "What kind of experience you looking for?" The stranger leaned forward. His voice was low, confidential. "The kind of men who aren't on a payroll. Men who show up with new money, new saddles. Men who drink the good whiskey and don't talk about where they've been." Ike stopped wiping the bar. He looked at the man's hands. They were clean, uncalloused, but they rested on the bar with a kind of heavy stillness. These weren't the hands of a cattle buyer. "That kind of information costs," Ike said. The stranger slid a $5 gold piece across the wet wood. "I'm not the law, if that's what you're thinking. My employer, he has a vested interest in the security of commerce in this state. He's willing to pay for information that protects that interest." He pushed a small, neatly folded card after the coin. "A man in Austin. He pays well for news sent by wire. Especially news about men who favor dynamite." Ike looked at the gold piece, then at the card. It was blank, except for a telegraph address. No name. He thought about the two riders who had passed through a month ago, heading north. They had new Winchesters, and their pockets were full of greenbacks. They'd bought a round for the house and said they were celebrating a mining investment that paid off. In Nevada. He pocketed the coin and the card. "I might hear something from time to time," Ike Scoggins said. The stranger nodded, finished his beer, and walked out into the night, leaving Ike to wonder if he'd just made a deal with the devil or just a very smart businessman. "We need flour," Frank said a week later. "And coffee. Salt too. We're running low on everything." "I'll go," Caleb said, already on his feet. He was bored. The easy living was making him restless. Denison's a 2-day ride. "I can be back by the end of the week." "Just get the supplies," Frank told him. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't drink. Don't draw attention." "I know the rules, Frank," Caleb said, a little too loud. He rode into Denison 2 days later, a bustling railroad town full of honest men and thieves. He tied his horse in front of the general store and went inside, the list Frank had given him in his pocket. The storekeeper was a fat, cheerful man who asked where he was from. Caleb said he was working a trail crew, pushing strays north. The lie came easy. He was loading sacks of flour onto his pack horse when the sheriff walked up. He was a tall, stoop-shouldered man with a drooping mustache and tired eyes. "That's a fine-looking horse," the sheriff said, nodding at Caleb's bay gelding. "He does the work," Caleb said, keeping his back to the man tying down the load. "Brands a rocking R, that's Wade Hutchins's iron, ain't it? Down San Antonio way." Caleb froze. He'd bought the horse in Dallas, paid cash. He never thought to check the brand. Bought him off a fella in Fort Worth. "That's so," the sheriff said. "Funny. We got a wire from Austin last week. A Major Clayton. Asked us to keep an eye out for any of Hutchins's old hands. Said some of them might have come into money lately." The sheriff's voice was casual, but his eyes were sharp. "You ain't come into any money, have you, son?" "I work for a living," Caleb said, his hand moving slowly toward the colt on his hip. The sheriff saw the movement. He didn't smile. "That's good. Honest work is best." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "You have a safe ride now." He turned and walked away, his spurs leaving little marks in the dust. Caleb stood by his horse for a full minute, his heart pounding against his ribs. He finished loading his supplies, his hands shaking. He rode out of Denison without looking back, pushing his horses hard, the sheriff's words echoing in his head. A Major Clayton asked us to keep an eye out. When he got back to the line shack, he told Frank the story. He didn't leave anything out, not the brand on the horse, not the way his hand had gone to his gun. Frank listened without interrupting. When Caleb was finished, the camp was silent. The only sound was the crackle of the fire. "It's not a coincidence," Miguel said, looking at Frank. "They know." "They don't know," Frank said. "They suspect. Clayton. He's the one who's been quiet. He's not chasing us. He's building a fence." He walked over to his saddlebags and pulled out the maps. He spread them on the ground, the firelight making the rail lines look like red veins. "Every town with a telegraph is a post in that fence," Frank said, his finger tracing a line from San Antonio to Denison. "Every lawman, every bartender, every storekeeper is a sentry. We can't buy supplies. We can't sell horses. We can't even ride through a town without someone taking notes." "So what do we do?" Danny asked. His face was pale in the firelight. The easy money didn't seem so easy anymore. "We get off the map," Frank said. He pointed to a blank space in the west, the high plains of the Llano Estacado. "We find a place so empty, even the telegraph can't reach it. And we stop thinking like cowboys. We start thinking like soldiers. Because that's what this is now. It's a war." They packed that night, rolling their blankets and loading the pack mule in the dark. The easy days were over. The feeling of being hunters was gone, replaced by the cold certainty that they were the hunted. As they rode west, away from the rivers and the railroads, Frank looked back at the faint glow of civilization on the eastern horizon. Clayton was out there, in that world of wires and timetables. A man he'd never met was now the single most important person in his life. The net had been thrown. Now they had to learn how to live inside it, or find a way to cut themselves free. Chapter 13. The Llano Estacado was a sea of grass under a bleached white sky. For 3 months it was their world. They made camp in a shallow canyon carved by a creek that ran only after a hard rain, the water tasting of alkali and dust. The emptiness was a kind of prison. The silence got into a man's head, made him listen to his own thoughts for too long. The crew was fraying at the edges. The money was running low, spent on dwindling supplies bought at exorbitant prices from Comancheros who asked no questions. Tempers, worn thin by boredom and bad food, flared in the oppressive heat. "We can't stay here forever, Frank," Caleb said one evening, kicking at the fire. "We're burning through the last of the Nevada money. We need a job." "And ride into one of Clayton's telegraph traps," Frank countered. He was cleaning his Colt, the motion slow and deliberate. "Every town in Texas is an ear listening for our footsteps. We move when I say we move." "Move where?" "There's nothing out here but dirt and rattlesnakes." "That's the point." Into this simmering pot of frustration walked Eddie Nash. Tommy Vale brought him in. He found Eddie running a 3-card Monte game in a Tascosa saloon, charming and quick-handed, with a smile that never quite reached his eyes. He had the desperate energy of a man running from something. "Eddie's a professional," Tommy had explained. "Worked the cattle towns from Dodge to Abilene. He knows how money moves in the North." Frank didn't like him. Nash had the hungry look of a stray dog that would bite the hand that fed it if it saw a bigger meal somewhere else. But they needed men. Good men were hard to find, and desperate men were useful. "What are you running from, Nash?" Frank had asked him the first night. "The usual," Eddie had said with a shrug. "A sheriff in Kansas with no sense of humor, and a card player in Wichita with a long memory." The lie was smooth, practiced. The truth was a gambling debt to a man in San Antonio who employed men who didn't bother with warrants. 2 weeks later, Eddie Nash rode into San Antonio alone. He told Frank he was visiting a sick sister. He was really visiting a loan shark named Silas Kane, a man who conducted business from the back room of a slaughterhouse, the smell of blood thick in the air. "You're late, Eddie," Kane said. He was a small, neat man, wiping his spectacles with a silk handkerchief. 2 large, silent men stood behind him. "I ran into some trouble," Eddie said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'll have the money. I just need more time." "Time is the one thing you've run out of," Kane said pleasantly. $500, Eddie. With interest, it's now 7. I'm a businessman. Debts must be honored. One of the large men stepped forward, his knuckles cracking as he flexed his hands. Eddie flinched, his gambler's nerve failing him. "Wait," he said, his voice cracking. "I can get the money. All of it. I'm with a crew now. They've got money. A lot of it." Kane paused, his spectacles halfway to his face. "What crew?" Eddie hesitated. Loyalty was a currency he had never valued highly, but fear was a language he understood perfectly. "They call themselves the Dynamite Gang in the papers. The leader's a man named Cordell." A slow smile spread across Silas Kane's face. He put his spectacles on. "Well now, Eddie. That is interesting. It seems your luck may have finally changed." He gestured to one of his men. "See that our friend gets a drink. And then fetch me a pen and paper. I believe I have a telegram to send to a certain party in Austin who pays very well for this sort of business intelligence." The plan was simple, a quick strike for operating funds. A cattle baron named Goodnight was moving a payroll, 5,000 in gold coin, from Pueblo to his ranch in the Palo Duro Canyon. He wasn't using the railroad. He was using a mud wagon, a heavy-duty stagecoach with 4 outriders. "No telegraph, no train," Frank explained, drawing a map in the dirt. "Just open country. We hit them here, at the crossing on the Prairie Dog Town fork of the Red River. It's 100 miles from the nearest town. They won't see us coming." Eddie Nash listened, his face a mask of concentration. He memorized the details, the timing, the number of men. The next day, he rode for Clarendon, the nearest town with a telegraph office. He told the others he was scouting the coach's route. His telegram to San Antonio was addressed to his sister. It read, "Dear Sarah, hope you are well. We'll be visiting Uncle Goodnight at the river crossing on Friday. Expect to be home soon with good news. Yours, Eddie." The ambush was set. Frank's men hid in a cluster of cottonwoods near the river crossing, the midday sun beating down on them. The air was still hot. "Something's wrong," Miguel said, scanning the horizon. "They're late." Frank felt it too. A prickling on the back of his neck. The silence was too deep. He was about to call it off when he heard the rumble of the coach. It came into view, a speck of dust on the horizon growing larger. 4 outriders, just like Finch said, Caleb whispered, sighting down his rifle. But as the coach got closer, Frank saw it. A glint of sunlight off something metal. Not a rifle barrel. A spyglass. On a ridge a mile to the south. And then he saw the dust cloud behind the ridge. A large one. At least a dozen riders moving parallel to the coach, staying out of sight. "It's a trap," Frank said, his voice flat and cold. "Clayton." The word hung in the air like a death sentence. "Get to the horses," Frank ordered. "Now. Ride west, scatter. We meet at the canyon." They broke from the trees just as the first ranger patrol crested the ridge. The payroll coach was a decoy, the outriders were rangers. The real force was the one that had been shadowing them. Gunfire erupted, the sharp crack of rifles echoing across the plains. A bullet tore through Frank's saddlebag. Another plucked at his sleeve. He spurred Midnight, the black stallion stretching into a full gallop. He glanced back. Caleb and Miguel were right behind him. Danny Brooks was struggling with his horse, which had taken a hit and was starting to go down. He saw Eddie Nash ride past Danny, not even looking back. Then he saw the 2nd Ranger Patrol, appearing from the north, cutting off their escape. They were boxed in. Split up, Frank yelled. He veered south, toward the river, bullets kicking up dust around Midnight's hooves. He plunged into the shallow water, the spray cool on his face, and scrambled up the far bank. He didn't look back. Looking back got you killed. They rode for 2 days, living on adrenaline and stale water. They trickled into the rendezvous point, one by one. Frank, Miguel, Caleb. Jimmy Prescott arrived after dark, a bloody rag tied around his forearm. Danny Brooks never showed up. Eddie Nash was the last to arrive. He rode in leading a pack horse. His face was grim. "Saw Danny go down," he said, shaking his head. "They were all over him. Nothing I could do." The men were silent, the loss of a man a hollow space in their small circle. "How?" Caleb demanded, his voice raw. "How did they know?" "They must have been tracking the coach," Tommy Vale suggested. "No," Frank said. He was staring at Eddie Nash. "They weren't tracking the coach. They were waiting for us. Someone told them." He walked over to Eddie. The firelight cast flickering shadows on their faces. The other men watched, tense. "You sent a telegram from Clarendon," Frank said. It wasn't a question. Eddie's eyes darted around the circle of faces. His hand twitched, a gambler's reflex. "To my sister. I told you." "You told her you were visiting Uncle Goodnight," Frank said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Funny. I didn't know you were related to the man we were about to rob." The color drained from Eddie's face. The lie had been too clever, too specific. He had underestimated Frank's cold, meticulous mind. I don't know what you're talking about." Frank's hand moved, a blur of motion. The barrel of his Colt pressed hard under Eddie's chin, snapping his head back. "Danny's dead because of you," Frank said, his voice a whisper of pure ice. "Start talking." Chapter 14. The barrel of Frank's Colt was a cold, hard period at the end of Eddie Nash's life. The firelight made the metal shine. Eddie's eyes were wide, fixed on the black hole of the muzzle. He tried to swallow, but his throat was full of dust. "Frank, don't," he whispered. The gambler's charm was gone, stripped away by the raw, simple fact of the gun. Caleb Wright stepped forward, his face a tight mask of rage. "Kill him. He got Danny killed. Just pull the trigger." Miguel stood off to the side, his arms crossed. He watched Frank's face, not Eddie's. He'd seen this look in Frank's eyes before, a stillness that was more dangerous than any shout. "The money, Eddie," Frank said, his voice level. "The price. What did Clayton pay you?" "It wasn't Clayton," Eddie stammered, the words tumbling out. "It was a man in San Antonio. Silas Kane. I owed him money. A gambling debt. He was gonna kill me." "So you traded Danny's life for yours," Jimmy Prescott said from the shadows. His arm was in a sling, his voice rough with pain. "I didn't have a choice." Eddie's voice rose, cracking. "You don't know Kane. He—" "Shut up," Frank said. The command was quiet, but it cut through Eddie's panic like a razor. Frank eased the hammer down on the Colt. He didn't lower the gun. "You're right. You didn't have a choice. You were always going to sell us out. It's in you. Like the color of your eyes." He stepped back, holstering the pistol in a single fluid motion. "Get his gun, Caleb." Caleb looked at him, confused. "We're letting him go." "Get his gun," Frank repeated. Caleb yanked the pistol from Eddie's holster and threw it into the sagebrush. He took his money belt, too, and the knife from his boot. "Now get on your horse," Frank said to Eddie. Eddie stared, not understanding. You're not going to kill me." "Killing you is easy," Frank said. "It's an ending. You don't get one. You're going to walk out of here with nothing but the clothes on your back. You're going to tell every card sharp and back alley thief from here to New Orleans that you crossed Frank Cordell and he let you live. You're going to be a ghost, Eddie. And every time you look over your shoulder, you'll be looking for me. But I won't be there. The man who finds you will be working for Silas Kane, wondering why his investment didn't pay off." A different kind of fear dawned in Eddie's eyes, colder and deeper than the fear of a quick bullet. Frank had given him a life sentence. "Go," Frank said. Eddie scrambled onto his horse and kicked it into a desperate run, disappearing into the vast dark emptiness of the plains. The men watched him go. The fire crackled. No one spoke for a long time. "He'll go straight to Clayton," Caleb said finally, spitting into the dust. "No," Miguel said. "He will go to Kane. And Kane will kill him for failing. Frank is right. A bullet would have been a kindness." Frank walked to his saddlebags and pulled out the remaining money. The sacks from the Nevada job, minus what they'd spent. It still made a heavy pile on the blanket. "This is the problem now," he said. "It's a boat anchor. We can't spend it, we can't carry it, we can't split it up and ride our separate ways. Clayton's got eyes everywhere. A man with this much cash is a walking target." "So what do we do?" Tommy Vale asked. He looked shaken. The reality of the chase had settled on him. This wasn't a clever con game anymore. "We do what businessmen do," Frank said. "We put it in a bank." He looked around at their faces. "Our bank." Denton Creek was a thin green line of cottonwoods and willows cutting through the rolling prairie north of Dallas. It was a place you passed through, not a place you went to. The water ran clear over a limestone bed. It was quiet. They rode in at dusk, 4 of them. Frank, Miguel, Caleb, and Jimmy Prescott. Tommy Vale and the others had been sent south, told to lay low in the Mexican quarter of San Antonio and wait for word. Trust was a commodity they were fresh out of. "Here," Frank said, dismounting. He pointed to a spot where the creek bent, forming a small bluff. A massive ancient oak tree grew on the bank, its roots exposed like thick gnarled knuckles. Under the roots. They worked for 2 hours with a shovel from the pack mule, taking turns in the fading light. The ground was hard, packed clay mixed with stone. The roots of the oak were as thick as a man's arm, and they had to chop through them with an axe. They dug a hole 4 feet deep. Frank lined the bottom with flat stones from the creek bed. He took the canvas money sacks and lowered them into the hole. $40,000 in gold, silver, and Union Pacific paper. It was more money than any of them had ever seen, and they were putting it back in the dirt. They filled the hole, packing the earth down, scattering leaves and deadfall over the raw scar until it looked almost untouched. Frank took out his knife and a piece of oilcloth he'd taken from a poncho. He didn't draw a map with an X. He drew the bend in the creek, the big oak, a distinctive rock formation on the far bank. He added distances, paced off in his own stride. 37 paces from the split rock to the lightning scar on the trunk. Dig on the side facing the water. It was a map of memory. When he was done, he looked at the 3 men with him. They were the last of the original Hutchins crew, the men who'd been cheated in Nebraska. The ones who had started it all. "A map is a liability," Frank said. "One piece of paper is a reason for a man to kill you." He took the oilcloth and tore it into 4 rough, uneven pieces. Each piece was meaningless on its own. A squiggly line. A number. A rough sketch of a tree. He held out the pieces. "One for each of us." Miguel took his piece without a word, folding it carefully and tucking it into a leather pouch he wore around his neck. Jimmy Prescott took his and put it in his watch pocket. Caleb hesitated. "How do we know we can trust each other?" "After Eddie." "You don't," Frank said, his voice flat. "You trust the part of the map you're holding. You trust that no one man can find this place without the other three. That's all the trust there is left." He handed the last piece to Caleb. Caleb looked at it, then at Frank, and finally nodded, shoving the scrap of oilcloth deep into his pants pocket. Frank took his own piece, the one showing the paces, and placed it in a small waterproof tin with his spare cartridges. They stood in the near dark, the sound of the creek a low murmur. They were 4 men, bound together by a hole in the ground. They were rich, and they were broke. "What now?" Jimmy asked, his voice quiet. "Now we disappear," Frank said. "We split up. We ride in different directions. We become cowboys again. We work for wages, we sleep in bunkhouses, we become ghosts. We give Clayton nothing to hunt." "For how long?" Caleb asked. "Until he stops looking," Frank said. He swung himself up onto Midnight's back. The big horse shifted, eager to move. Frank looked at the faces of his men, lit for a moment by the rising moon. They looked tired, older. He turned Midnight and rode north, not looking back. He didn't need to. He knew the others were doing the same, melting into the landscape, 4 separate men riding away from a fortune, each carrying a quarter of a secret that was either their salvation or their death warrant. Chapter 15. For 6 months, Frank Cordell was a ghost. He called himself Jim Roberts and hired on at a ranch in the Indian Nations, a sprawling hardscrabble spread run by a half-Cherokee named Joe Rainwater. He worked from can't see to can't see, mending fence, branding calves, and breaking wild horses that came down from the Wichita Mountains. He spoke when spoken to, ate his meals alone, and slept in a bunkhouse that smelled of sweat and wet wool. He let his beard grow out, a ragged, dusty thing that hid the hard lines of his face. He was just another drifting cowhand with a past he didn't talk about. He kept his piece of the oilcloth map in the bottom of his war bag, wrapped in a spare shirt. Sometimes at night he'd take it out and look at the single, meaningless line and wonder where the other 3 pieces were. The first news came in the spring, in a letter from a cousin he didn't have, postmarked from a town near the Mexican border. It was from Tommy Vale. The handwriting was elegant, the words chosen with a gambler's care. Jimmy Prescott took a job on the King Ranch. Heard he was good with horses. A stable fire last month. They found what was left of him in the ashes. The foreman said it was an accident. A lantern kicked over. But Jimmy never was a clumsy man. Frank burned the letter. An accident. He didn't believe in accidents. He sat on the edge of his bunk, the smell of burnt paper sharp in the air, and thought about Jimmy Prescott, a quiet man who just wanted to save enough money to buy a small piece of land. He thought about the piece of the map in Jimmy's watch pocket, now probably a charred scrap in the ashes of a burned-out stable. 1 piece gone. He saw the ranger 2 weeks later. He was riding the north fence line when he saw the man on the ridge, sitting a fine gray horse, watching the ranch through a spyglass. The man wore the plain clothes of a stockman, but he sat his horse with a military straightness that no cowboy ever had. He wasn't looking at the cattle. He was looking at the men. Frank didn't ride back to the bunkhouse. He turned Midnight west and didn't stop until the ranch was a smudge of smoke on the horizon. He left his month's pay and his spare clothes behind. He was a ghost again, drifting south toward Texas. Caleb Wright found work in a lumber camp in the piney woods of East Texas. The work was brutal, felling massive pines with a crosscut saw, the air thick with the smell of resin and sawdust. He worked alongside ex-convicts and army deserters, men who didn't ask questions. The $50 a month was honest, and the exhaustion that came with it was a kind of peace. It kept him from thinking too much. He kept his piece of the map, the one with the sketch of the oak tree, tucked in the sole of his left boot. The oilcloth was worn soft as buckskin. He was in a saloon in Nacogdoches, drinking away a week's pay when he heard the name. Two men at the bar were talking about the Rangers, about a Major Clayton who was cleaning up the territory. "Heard he got another one of the Dynamite Gang," one of the men said. "A mule skinner with a face like a dried apple. Fella named Elias Finch. The railroad man." Caleb set his whiskey down. He turned his back to the bar and listened. "How'd they get him?" the other man asked. "Caught him in a hotel in Texarkana. He was using another name, but one of Clayton's men recognized him from a Pinkerton drawing. They say Finch went for his gun. The ranger shot him 4 times in the chest." The mule skinner shook his head. "That Clayton, he don't take prisoners." "He ain't huntin' men," the other replied. "He's exterminatin' vermin." Caleb paid for his drink and walked out of the saloon, the whiskey sour in his stomach. Elias Finch. The quiet gunman who knew the rails better than any man alive. Another piece of the map gone, this one taken by a ranger's bullet. He pictured the scrap of paper in Finch's pocket, stained with blood, now sitting on Major Clayton's desk in Austin. He didn't go back to the lumber camp. He sold his saw for a cheap pistol and a box of cartridges and started riding west. The big pines of East Texas felt like a cage. He needed open country. He needed to find Frank. Major Samuel Clayton stood over a table in his Austin office. On the table, 2 pieces of oilcloth were laid out on a clean white blotter. One was scorched at the edges. The other had a small dark brown stain in one corner. "It's a map," Captain McNelly said, stating the obvious. "It is a key," Clayton corrected him. "And a key is useless without a lock. Or, in this case, the other 2 pieces." He picked up a magnifying glass and studied the scorched piece, the one they'd found on the body of James Prescott. A single jagged line. A river. A road. He moved the glass to the second piece, taken from the effects of the man known as Elias Finch. It was a crude drawing of a tree, an oak by the look of it, and a number. 37. Paces, perhaps. "He's clever, our Mr. Cordell," Clayton murmured. "He's made his men dependent on each other. No single man holds the whole secret. It's a pity Mr. Prescott had his accident before my man could speak with him." The ranger, who had been watching the rainwater ranch in the Nations, stood at attention by the door. "The man who calls himself Jim Roberts, sir. He matches Cordell's description. Rode out the same day I was spotted." "Of course he did," Clayton said. "He's a wolf. He smells the trap before the jaws spring shut." He looked at the 2 pieces of oilcloth. He was getting closer. He could feel it. The gang was bleeding, member by member. The ghosts were beginning to take shape. "We have the con man Vale under surveillance in San Antonio," McNelly offered. "Leave him," Clayton said. "Vale is bait. Cordell will need money soon. He'll need his best men. He'll try to reassemble his unit. When he does, Vale will lead us to him." He looked back at the map on the wall. The red pins were a constellation of violence. He felt he was beginning to understand the man who had put them there. A man who trusted only 4 men with his real secret. 2 were dead. That left 2. Cordell himself and the hothead. Caleb Wright. "Find me the right boy," Clayton said without turning around. "He's young, he's reckless. He'll make a mistake. Check the lumber camps, the trail crews, the saloons where a man can find a fight. He's the weak link." Frank and Caleb found each other in a cantina in a dusty border town that wasn't on any map. It was a place for men who didn't want to be found. They saw each other across the crowded, smoky room. They didn't speak, just a slight nod. They walked out the back and met in the alley, the sound of a cheap piano drifting through the door. "Jimmy's dead," Caleb said, his voice flat. "Finch too." "I know," Frank said. They stood in the darkness, 2 men left out of 4. The weight of the secret they shared was heavy between them. "It's Clayton," Caleb said. "He's picking us off one by one. How does he know where to look?" "He has the other 2 pieces of the map," Frank said. He could see it now. Clayton wasn't just hunting them. He was hunting the money. The treasure was a magnet, pulling them all toward a final bloody confrontation. He knows what he's looking for. He just doesn't know where. "What about Miguel?" Caleb asked. "Haven't heard from him since Denton Creek. He's the smartest of us. If anyone can stay a ghost, it's him." They were silent for a moment. The pieces of the puzzle were scattered across Texas, in a ranger's office, in a dead man's boot, in a leather pouch around a man's neck they might never see again. "We're broke, Frank," Caleb said. "I got $12 to my name. We can't live like this. Hiding. Running. We got $40,000 buried in the ground. We need to get it." "And walk right into Clayton's hands?" Frank shook his head. "Going for that money now is suicide. Living like this is suicide." Caleb's voice was tight with frustration. "I'd rather go down fighting than die of rot-gut whiskey in some lumber camp. We need a score, Frank. A big one. Something to get us a real stake. Enough to get out of Texas for good." Frank looked at Caleb, saw the desperation in his eyes. The same desperation that had gotten Danny killed, that had made Eddie Nash a traitor. The paranoia was a poison, and it was starting to work. It was making them reckless. "There's a bank," Caleb said, leaning closer. "In Round Rock. It's a new branch, handles all the cattle money from the Chisholm Trail. They say it's bursting." Frank didn't answer. He was thinking about Major Clayton, about the 2 pieces of a map on his desk. He was thinking about how a good general doesn't just defend, he attacks. He forces his enemy to react. Maybe Caleb was right. Maybe the only way to stop running was to turn and fight. Chapter 16. "Round Rock," Frank said again, the name of the town tasting like grit in his mouth. He looked at Caleb in the alley behind the cantina. The kid's eyes were shining with a feverish light, the look of a man who saw a finish line and didn't care if it was at the edge of a cliff. "You've been thinking about this." "Been doing more than thinking," Caleb said. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his shirt pocket. It was a page torn from a gazette, creased and soft from handling. "The Williamson County Bank. New brick building, right on the main street. They take in deposits from all the cattle outfits coming up the Chisholm. The drovers get paid, they drink half of it, and put the other half in the bank. It's the last safe place for 100 miles. Frank took the paper. The drawing of the bank was small, crude. It looked solid. It looked like a tomb. How do we get a man inside to look at it? "We don't," Caleb said. "We already got one. Tommy Vale. He sent me this. He's been casing the place for a month." Frank stared at him. "Tommy's in Round Rock?" "He's been working the cattlemen. A new land deal, he calls it. He says the safe is a new model from Cincinnati, but the teller is a 19-year-old kid who's more interested in the saloon girls than the combination. He says the sheriff is 70 years old and spends most of his day sleeping on the porch of the general store." Caleb leaned in, his voice dropping to an excited whisper. "It's soft, Frank. It's the softest target we'll ever find." Frank folded the paper and handed it back. Every instinct he had screamed, "Trap." Clayton was too smart to leave a pot of gold, guarded by a sleeping old man and a lovesick boy. He was being baited. But he looked at Caleb's face, saw the ragged edge of his own desperation reflected there. Running was a kind of dying. Maybe Caleb was right. Maybe it was better to go down fighting. "We need Miguel," Frank said. "Miguel's gone," Caleb said. "He could be in Mexico. He could be dead." "He's not dead," Frank said. "And he's not in Mexico. He's somewhere quiet. Somewhere he can see trouble coming from a long way off." He thought for a moment, picturing the man, his habits, his way of thinking. "He's with the horses." They found him 2 weeks later, working as a horsebreaker on a small ranch in the hill country west of Austin. The place was owned by a German immigrant who spoke little English and cared only that the wild mustangs he caught were made saddle-ready. He paid Miguel $20 a month and left him alone. They saw him in a round pen, working with a raw-boned sorrel that fought with the fury of a cornered cat. Miguel didn't fight back. He moved with the horse, a quiet, patient dance, his voice a low murmur. He didn't use a whip or spurs. He used time and a deep innate understanding of the animal's fear. Frank and Caleb waited by the fence until he was done. The sorrel finally stood, trembling, its sides heaving, and allowed Miguel to touch its neck. Miguel saw them then. His face, weathered and brown as old leather, showed no surprise. He looked like a man who had been expecting bad news for a long time. He walked over, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Frank," he said. It was a statement, not a greeting. He nodded at Caleb. "You look thin." "The living's been lean," Caleb said. "We need you, Miguel," Frank said, getting straight to it. Miguel looked back at the sorrel in the pen. "I have a job." "We have a job too," Caleb said. "A bank. In Round Rock. Tommy Vale's been scouting it. Says it's easy." Miguel turned his gaze from the horse to Caleb. His dark eyes were flat, unreadable. "There is no such thing as an easy bank." That night, they sat around a small fire behind the bunkhouse. The German rancher was in his house, the lights out. The only sound was the chirping of crickets and the soft nickering of horses in the corral. Frank laid it all out. The plan, the bank, the money. He told him about Jimmy and Finch. He told him about Clayton's network, the telegraphs, the spies in every town. Miguel listened, turning a piece of mesquite over in the coals. When Frank was finished, he still didn't speak for a long time. "No," he said finally. The word was soft, but it had the weight of a stone. Caleb's head snapped up. "What do you mean, no?" "It's a fortune, Miguel. Enough to get us out of Texas, out of the country." "It is a grave," Miguel said, his eyes on the glowing coals. "This Clayton is not a town sheriff. He is a hunter of men. You said it yourself, Frank. He has built a fence around us. A man does not build a fence and leave the gate open." "The gate is Round Rock," Caleb insisted. "It's a new town. The telegraph line is still being strung. It's a blind spot." "There are no blind spots," Miguel said. "Not for a man like this. He knows how we think. He knows we are broke, that we are being hunted. What does a wolf do when it is cornered? It becomes reckless. It attacks the strongest target, hoping to break through. This is what Clayton expects." He looked at Frank. "He is not waiting for us in Round Rock. He is inviting us." "You're spooked," Caleb said, his voice contemptuous. "You've been breaking horses for so long, you've started to think like one." Miguel's head came up slowly. His eyes in the firelight were hard. "I have seen more gunfights than you have seen birthdays, muchacho. I know the difference between a fight and a slaughter. This is a slaughter." "He's right, Frank," Caleb said, turning to him, his voice pleading now. "We can do this. Just the three of us. Like the old days." Frank was caught between them. Between Miguel's cold, hard logic and Caleb's desperate, burning hope, everything Miguel said made sense. It was a trap. He could feel it in his bones, the same feeling he'd had at the river crossing just before the Rangers appeared. But he could also feel the walls closing in. He thought of the Ghost Ranger on the ridge, of the endless miles of running. He thought of his worn-out boots and the $12 in Caleb's pocket. Miguel could afford to be patient. He had a job, a place to be. Frank and Caleb had nothing but the clothes on their backs and a reputation that would get them hanged. "We're not the same men we were in the old days, Caleb," Frank said quietly. "Then what are we?" Caleb shot back. "Ghosts. Hiding out on German farms until Clayton's men find us and put a bullet in our backs. I won't do it. I'd rather die on my feet in Round Rock than on my knees out here." Frank looked at the fire. He saw Danny Brooks falling. He saw Jimmy's stable burning. He saw the 2 pieces of the map on Clayton's desk. The Ranger was playing a long game. He was waiting for them to starve, to make a mistake. He was winning. The only way to change the game was to knock over the board. "We scout at first," Frank said, the decision costing him something he knew he would never get back. "Just the 3 of us. We ride into Round Rock, we look at the bank, we look at the town. If it feels wrong, we ride away. No questions asked." Caleb grinned, a flash of white in the darkness. "That's all I'm asking." Miguel stood up. He kicked the piece of mesquite out of the fire and crushed the embers under his boot heel, plunging them into darkness. "You have already decided," he said to Frank. His voice was not angry. It was something worse. It was resigned. "You will go to Round Rock, and Clayton will be there waiting for you." He turned and walked toward the bunkhouse without another word. Frank and Caleb sat in the sudden dark. The bond between the last 3 men of the Hutchins crew had just been broken. They were still a gang, but they were no longer brothers. Chapter 17. Eddie Nash did not ride to San Antonio. He rode east toward Austin. Silas Kane was a businessman who dealt in fear and broken bones, but Eddie had seen the look in Frank Cordell's eyes. That was a different kind of currency, a final payment he had no intention of collecting. Kane was the past. The future was a man who paid in cash and legal pardons. The future was Major Samuel Clayton. He arrived in Austin looking like a whipped dog, his clothes stiff with dust, his face drawn and bearded. He didn't go to the adjutant general's office. He went to the nearest saloon, bought a whiskey with one of his last 4 bits, and paid a boy a dime to deliver a note. The note was simple. "I have information regarding the man who robs your trains. Come alone. The Driscoll Hotel. Room 7. An hour later, there was a knock on his door. It wasn't a ranger in a dusty Stetson. It was a man in a neat, dark suit, the kind a banker might wear. He was young, with quiet eyes that saw everything. "Mr. Nash," the man said. "The major will see you." "Not here." They walked 2 blocks to a small, unassuming brick building that housed a land surveyor's office. The office was closed for the day, the windows dark. The man in the suit unlocked the door and led Eddie through the front room, filled with maps and tripods, to a back office. Major Samuel Clayton sat behind a plain wooden desk, a single kerosene lamp casting long shadows on the wall. He wasn't in uniform. He looked like a bookkeeper, with a green eye shade and papers stacked neatly in front of him. He didn't look up when Eddie entered. He was studying a piece of oilcloth with a magnifying glass. "You're the gambler," Clayton said. His voice was soft, almost gentle. "I am," Eddie said, trying to sound confident. His throat felt dry. "And you have something to sell." Clayton finally looked up. His eyes were pale, colorless in the lamplight. They seemed to look right through Eddie's skin. "I do," Eddie said. "Cordell." The whole crew. I can give them to you. Clayton leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking in the silent room. He steepled his fingers. Men in your position often make promises they cannot keep. They trade information they do not have for a freedom they do not deserve. This is real, Eddie insisted. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk. They're planning a job. A bank. In Round Rock. Clayton's expression didn't change. He showed no surprise, no excitement. He simply waited. The Williamson County Bank, Eddie continued, the words spilling out now. They think it's a soft target. Old sheriff, new telegraph line that ain't reliable. They think you're looking for them out west, on the plains. They're going to ride right into town. When? A week. Maybe 2. They're scouting it first. Cordell, the kid Caleb Wright, and the Mexican Miguel Santos. Clayton picked up a pen, dipped it in ink. Tell me about the plan. For the next hour, Eddie talked. He told Clayton everything. He described the layout of the bank, Tommy Vale's role as the inside man, the plan to hit it mid-morning when the cash drawers were full. He described the escape route, west into the hill country. He gave him the names of the men, their strengths, their weaknesses. He was a man selling his soul, and he wanted to make sure the buyer knew the full value of the merchandise. When he was finished, the room was silent again. Clayton had made a few notes on a sheet of paper, his script small and precise. And your price? Clayton asked. A full pardon, Eddie said. And $5,000. From the reward money. Clayton set his pen down. He looked at Eddie, a long, appraising look. You will receive $500 when the job is confirmed. You will receive another $500 if Cordell and his men are captured or killed. There is no pardon. The state of Texas does not negotiate with traitors. It uses them. Eddie's face fell. But I'm giving you the whole gang. You are giving me what I would have found eventually, Clayton said, his voice turning hard as frozen earth. You are a tool, Mr. Nash. A rusty, unreliable tool. But a tool nonetheless. You will take my offer, or you will walk out of that door and take your chances with Mr. Cordell. I assure you, his terms will be less generous. Eddie slumped. He had no cards left to play. I'll take it. Of course you will, Clayton said. He slid a piece of paper across the desk. It was a hotel voucher and a train ticket. You will go to San Antonio. You will stay at the Menger Hotel. You will speak to no one. When we are finished in Round Rock, a man will contact you with your payment. If you leave the hotel before then, I will post a wanted poster with your name on it in every town from here to the Rio Grande. Silas Kane will find you before the week is out. Do you understand? I understand, Eddie whispered. Good, Clayton said, and he looked back down at the map piece on his desk, dismissing Eddie as if he had already ceased to exist. After Eddie was gone, Captain McNelly stepped out of the shadows of the front room. You believe him? McNelly asked. I believe he is a rat, and a rat will always lead you to the cheese, Clayton said. He stood and walked to a large map of central Texas on the wall. Round Rock, he said, tapping the small town with his finger. It's perfect. It's arrogant. Cordell thinks he's smarter than we are. He thinks we are looking for a needle in the haystack of the Llano Estacado, so he will hide the needle on our front porch. So we take a company of rangers, and we wait for them, McNelly said. No, Clayton said. A company of rangers in a town that size is a brass band. Cordell would smell it from 10 miles away. He is cautious. The plan he laid out to Nash. We scout it first. He will be looking for the slightest thing out of place. He began to pace, his mind working, assembling the pieces of the trap. We will be ghosts. We will be invisible. I want 3 of my best men. Sergeant Armstrong, Corporal Grimes, and yourself. We will travel separately. We will arrive in Round Rock as drummers, as cattle buyers, as land speculators. We will take rooms in the hotel. We will drink in the saloons. We will become part of the town. What about the local law? The sheriff, a man named Morris, is a political appointee. He's useless. But his deputy, a man named A.W. Grimes, no relation to our corporal, is a former ranger. He's tough, he's smart. I will speak to him, and him alone. The day of the robbery. He stopped pacing and looked at McNelly. The bank will operate as usual. The town will go about its business. We will let Cordell and his men walk right up to the front door. We will let them think they have won. He pointed to a spot on the map, a livery stable across the street from the bank. Armstrong and I will be here. In the hayloft. Corporal Grimes will be in the general store next door, behind the Cracker Barrels. You, Captain, will be at the south end of the street, by the blacksmiths, to cut off their escape. It's a small kill box, McNelly observed. It is a surgeon's table, Clayton said. This is not a battle. It is an excision. I want Cordell alive, if possible. I want the other 2 pieces of his map. He walked back to his desk and picked up the 2 scraps of oilcloth. He looked at them for a long time. This whole affair, Captain, has never been about the trains or the money. It has been about this. A treasure. And the man who buried it. He sent the telegrams that night, his coded messages flying across the wires to his hand-picked men. The pieces of the ambush began to move, quietly, inexorably, toward a small, dusty town where Frank Cordell was about to make his last mistake. Chapter 18. It's too hot to spit, Caleb said. The words came out like a dry cough. The sun was a white-hot nail, hammered into the top of the sky. It beat down on Round Rock, bleaching the color from the clapboard buildings, turning the dust of the main street into a fine, choking powder. It was July 19th. The air was thick, heavy, and still. Nothing moved that didn't have to. Frank Cordell rode between Caleb and Miguel, his eyes scanning the street. He wore a dusty planter's hat, the brim pulled low. His shirt was stuck to his back with sweat. He felt the heat, but it was a different kind of heat building in his gut. The town was wrong. Looks quiet enough, Caleb said, his voice eager. He wanted it to be quiet. He wanted the money. A graveyard is quiet, Miguel said from Frank's other side. He rode with his shoulders slumped, a man already resigned to a bad end. On the surface, Round Rock looked like any other Texas cattle town in the dead of summer. A few horses stood hip-shot at the hitching rails, tails switching at flies. A dog slept in the sliver of shade under a wooden awning. The door to the saloon was open, a dark, silent square. But there were no sounds. No piano, no laughter, no clang of a hammer from the blacksmith shop at the end of the street. Frank's gaze swept the buildings. The Williamson County Bank was just ahead, a new brick facade that looked proud and out of place among the weathered wood. Just like Tommy's letter had described. He saw the general store next to it, its windows full of canned goods and bolts of cloth. Across the street, a livery stable, its wide doors open to the dark, cool interior. He saw a man sitting in a chair on the porch of the general store, reading a newspaper. A cattle buyer, maybe. His boots were clean. Too clean for a man who worked with cattle. The man hadn't turned the page in the 5 minutes they'd been on the street. There's the sheriff, Caleb said, nodding toward a figure asleep in a chair in front of the jailhouse. An old man, his hat over his face, a tin star pinned to his vest. Just like Tommy said. Sleepin' the day away. A sleeping dog can still bite, Miguel murmured. Frank saw another man, leaning against the wall of the blacksmith shop. He was whittling a piece of wood, the shavings falling around his boots. He looked like a drifter waiting for a handout. But his eyes weren't on his whittling. They were on the street. They were on them. "Something feels wrong, Frank," Miguel said, his voice low for Frank's ears only. "You've been saying that for 2 weeks," Caleb cut in, overhearing. "You're seeing ghosts." "I am seeing a town with no people in it," Miguel said. "Where are the women? The children? Where are the wagons?" He was right. The street was empty of the normal clutter of life. It felt like a stage, the props set, the actors waiting in the wings for their cue. They rode past the bank. Through the big plate glass window, Frank could see the teller, a young man with slicked-down hair, counting coins behind the iron grill. He looked up as they passed, his expression bored. He looked exactly like what he was supposed to be. Inside the livery stable, hidden in the hayloft, Major Samuel Clayton watched them through a crack in the boards. He held a spyglass to his eye, the brass warm from his hand. He saw the 3 riders, the way they moved, the way they studied the town. He focused on the man in the center, the one on the big black horse. The leader. Cordell. He was a careful man. Clayton could see it in the slow, deliberate way his head turned, taking in everything. "He feels it," Sergeant Armstrong whispered from beside him in the hay. "Let him feel it," Clayton said, his voice a dry rustle. "Pride will make him ignore the feeling. He has come too far to turn back now." Frank pulled his horse to a stop in front of the general store. He swung down, the leather of his saddle creaking. The heat rose from the ground in waves. "I need tobacco," he said. "Frank, let's just go," Miguel urged. "We have seen it. We can talk about it on the trail." "I need tobacco," Frank repeated, his eyes on the man reading the newspaper on the porch. He wanted to get closer. He wanted to see the man's face. He looped Midnight's reins over the hitching rail and stepped up onto the boardwalk. The boards groaned under his weight. The man with the newspaper didn't look up. Frank could see the headline. Austin Statesman. The date was from last week. He pushed through the door into the store. The air inside was cooler, smelling of coffee beans and leather and pickle brine. A clerk stood behind the counter, a young man with a thin mustache. He was arranging cans of peaches into a pyramid. His hands were steady, but his knuckles were white. Behind a stack of Cracker Barrels near the window, Corporal Grimes of the Texas Rangers held a sawed-off shotgun, the barrels resting on a sack of flour. He watched Frank Cordell walk to the counter. He could see the worn butt of the Colt on the man's hip. He could end it right here. 1 shot. But his orders were clear. "Wait for the signal. We take him alive." "Pouch of Bull Durham," Frank said to the clerk. The clerk turned, his movements stiff. He reached for the tobacco on a shelf behind him. His eyes flickered toward the window, toward the Cracker Barrels. A flicker so fast, Frank might have missed it if he hadn't been looking for it. Frank put a coin on the counter. He took the pouch of tobacco. He didn't look toward the window. He looked at the clerk. "You new in town?" Frank asked. His voice was casual. Just started," the clerk stammered. "Good luck to you," Frank said. He turned and walked out, back into the blinding, oppressive heat. The man on the porch was still reading his old newspaper. Frank stepped off the boardwalk, his boots sinking into the thick dust. He untied Midnight's reins. He could feel the eyes on him. From the porch. From the blacksmith's shop. From the hayloft across the street. He could feel the crosshairs settling on the center of his back. He swung into the saddle. "Let's ride," he said. They walked their horses to the end of the street and turned west out of town. They didn't look back. They rode for a full mile in silence, the tension a 4th rider between them. Finally, Caleb couldn't stand it anymore. "Well, it's perfect. It's a sleeping town with a bank full of money. We do it tomorrow. We ride in at 10, when the bank opens. We'll be gone before that old sheriff even wakes up from his nap." Frank kept writing, his eyes on the horizon. He was thinking about the clerk's white knuckles, the old newspaper, the silence. He was thinking about Miguel's words. "It is a grave." "Frank." Caleb pressed. Miguel said nothing. He just watched Frank, waiting. Frank pulled his horse to a stop. He turned and looked back the way they had come. He couldn't see the town anymore, just the heat shimmering off the prairie. He felt Caleb's impatience, his own exhaustion, the weight of all the running. He thought of the $40,000 buried under a tree, as useless to him as a pile of rocks. He thought of his pride. He had told Caleb they would do this. To back down now, to admit that Miguel was right, that he had led them into the jaws of a trap. He made the decision. He turned back to face the west. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice flat and hard as stone. "At 10. He spurred Midnight forward, not waiting for a reply, leaving the other two men to follow in his dust. Chapter 19. "Ready?" Caleb asked. His hand hovered over the butt of his Colt, his knuckles white. Frank looked down the sun-blasted street of Round Rock. It was the same as yesterday. The same sleeping dog, the same silent buildings. The same wrongness. He looked at Miguel. The old cowboy met his gaze and gave a single, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "Don't do this." Frank ignored him. He looked back at the brick front of the Williamson County Bank. "Let's get paid," he said. They kicked their horses from a walk to a trot. The sound of their hooves was unnaturally loud in the silence. 30 yards to the bank. 20. 10. In the hayloft of the livery stable, Major Samuel Clayton lowered his spyglass. "Now," he said to Sergeant Armstrong. The man reading the newspaper on the porch of the general store did not stand up. He folded his paper, placed it neatly on the boardwalk beside him, and raised a Winchester rifle that had been leaning against his chair. The first shot was not the thunderclap Frank expected. It was a flat, ugly crack that shattered the morning. It came from the rifle on the porch. The bullet hit Caleb's horse in the chest. The big bay screamed, a high, terrifying sound, and went down in a heap, throwing Caleb clear. Then the world exploded. A window on the second story of the hotel across the street shattered, and the barrel of a rifle appeared. The blacksmith, the one who had been whittling, dropped his piece of wood and stepped into the street, a shotgun in his hands. The door of the general store flew open, and two men stepped out, rifles already at their shoulders. The sleeping sheriff wasn't sleeping. He was on one knee behind his chair, a Colt dragoon held in a two-handed grip. There was nowhere to run. The street was a channel of death. Miguel never drew his gun. He was looking at Frank, his face full of a terrible, quiet sorrow. A rifle cracked from the hotel window, and Miguel was slammed sideways out of his saddle as if hit by an invisible fist. He landed in the dust, a broken puppet, his piece of the map and all his quiet wisdom gone with him. Frank's mind went cold and clear. The heat, the fear, the doubt, it all burned away, leaving only a pure, crystalline rage. He vaulted from Midnight's back, landing in a crouch behind the dead weight of Caleb's horse. Bullets tore through the carcass, thudding into the flesh. Splinters flew from the hitching rail beside him. "Frank!" Caleb yelled. He was on his belly in the dirt, his pistol out, firing wildly at the men in front of the general store. Frank didn't fire wildly. He rested his Colt on the warm curve of the dead horse's neck. He saw the man on the porch, the one who had fired first, calmly levering another round into his Winchester. Frank squeezed the trigger. The Colt bucked in his hand. The man on the porch jerked, the newspaper beside him suddenly blossoming with a splash of red. He slid from his chair and lay still. Two rifles fired from the general store. A bullet ripped through the muscle of Frank's left shoulder. It felt like a hot, poker. He ignored it. He shifted his aim. He shot the first man in the doorway, saw him stagger back inside. He shot the second man, who ducked for cover. "They're on the roofs," Caleb screamed. Frank glanced up. A puff of smoke from the flat roof of the bank. A bullet kicked up dust an inch from his boot. In the hayloft, Clayton watched the scene with a cold, professional detachment. "He's better than they said," he noted to Armstrong. "He's not panicking. He's finding cover. He's returning fire with accuracy." He raised his own rifle, the stock smooth against his cheek. His orders were to take Cordell alive. But a man fighting with this much fury was a danger to the entire operation. Put a shot into his horse. Keep him pinned down. Sergeant Armstrong sighted on the big black stallion that was circling nervously in the middle of the street. He fired. Midnight screamed, the same terrible sound Caleb's horse had made, and staggered, a front leg buckling. The sound broke through Frank's cold rage. He saw his horse, his only constant companion for 3 years, go down. He rose from behind his cover, no longer thinking about survival, only about killing. A shotgun roared from the blacksmith's shop. The blast tore into Frank's right side, a spray of hot pellets that felt like 100 hornet stings. The force of it spun him around, knocked him to his knees. His hat flew off. The sun beat down on his head. The world tilted, the edges of his vision turning gray. He could hear Caleb yelling his name. He could hear the continuous crack of rifles. He pushed himself back up, his right side a sheet of fire. He still had the Colt in his hand. He saw a figure move in the doorway of the saloon. He fired, saw the man duck back. He was on his feet now, swaying. He knew he was a dead man. The knowledge was freeing. There was nothing left to lose. He was going to take as many of them with him as he could. He saw the blacksmith step out from the side of his shop to reload his shotgun. Frank turned, his movement slow, dreamlike. He raised his pistol with both hands to steady it. The blacksmith looked up, his eyes wide, fumbling with his shells. Frank fired. The man dropped his shotgun and clutched his chest, a look of profound surprise on his face. Another bullet hit Frank, this one in the thigh. His leg gave out, and he went down again, hard, his head hitting the unforgiving street. He lay in the dust, the smell of gunpowder and blood in his nostrils. He could see Miguel's body, 20 feet away, lying still under the white-hot sun. He could see the boots of the men advancing from the general store. He tried to raise his gun one more time. His arm felt like it was made of lead. He could hear a voice from far away, calm and full of authority. "Hold your fire. I want him alive." Frank's vision tunneled. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was a pair of clean, polished boots stopping in the dust beside his head. Chapter 20. The first thing Frank knew was the dust. It was in his mouth, his nose, coating his tongue with the taste of iron and grit. The second thing was a voice, calm and disconnected from the ringing in his ears. "Get the doctor. I want him patched up enough to talk." Frank's eyes fluttered open. He saw the polished boots first, then the gray trousers, then the face of a man looking down at him. The face was lean, the eyes pale and devoid of heat. It was the face of a man who looked at the world and saw only pieces on a board. Major Samuel Clayton. Clayton knelt, his knee brushing the dust an inch from Frank's head. "It's over, Cordell." Frank tried to speak, but a cough racked his body, sending a fresh wave of fire through his side and shoulder. He saw Clayton's hand reach for his shirt pocket, searching. The map. Then he heard Caleb's voice, raw and torn with fury. "Get away from him." Clayton looked up, his expression one of mild annoyance. Caleb was 50 feet away, crouched behind an overturned water trough, his face streaked with dirt and tears. He held his Colt in a shaking hand, aimed at the major. "Put the gun down, son," Clayton said, his voice patient, as if speaking to a difficult child. It's finished. Not till you're dead, Caleb spat. Two rangers started to move toward Caleb from the side, their rifles leveled. Hold your position, Clayton ordered without looking at them. He was still focused on Frank, on the prize lying helpless in the dirt. That was the mistake. He was a general who had won the battle and was now admiring his victory, forgetting about the one enemy soldier still fighting. Caleb wasn't aiming at Clayton. He was aiming at the big plate glass window of the Williamson County Bank. He fired twice. The glass didn't just shatter. It exploded inward with a deafening crash that made every man on the street jump. For a single critical second, every eye, including Clayton's, swiveled toward the bank. It was all the time Caleb needed. He wasn't a strategist like Frank, or a patient hunter like Miguel. He was a creature of pure, reckless impulse. He broke from cover, running not away from the guns, but straight toward the center of the street. He ran toward Miguel's horse, a sturdy buckskin that was standing, reins trailing in the dust, its eyes wide with terror. Caleb, no. Frank tried to yell, but the word was a bloody whisper. Caleb grabbed the buckskin's reins, vaulted into the saddle, and spurred the horse toward Frank. He leaned down, his arm outstretched. Grab on, he screamed. A ranger fired. The bullet tugged at Caleb's sleeve. Another kicked up dust by the buckskin's hooves. Clayton was on his feet now, his own pistol drawn. Don't kill Cordell. I want him alive, damn you. The order created a fatal hesitation. The Rangers couldn't get a clear shot at Caleb without risking hitting Frank. Caleb was on him, his arm hooking under Frank's good shoulder, hauling him up from the ground. The pain was a white-hot nova that exploded behind Frank's eyes. He felt his boots drag through the dust as Caleb pulled him, half dead, across the front of the saddle. Ride, Frank gasped. Caleb kicked the buckskin, and the horse lunged forward, scrambling for purchase in the deep dust. They galloped down the main street, a grotesque two-headed rider, one man alive and one man dying. Rifles cracked behind them. Frank felt a bullet burn a line across his back, another tearing through the cantle of the saddle. Then they were out of the town, the sounds of the gunfight fading behind them, replaced by the desperate, ragged sound of their breathing and the thunder of the horse's hooves. The world became a blur of pain and motion. Frank was a dead weight, his head lolling with every stride of the horse. He saw glimpses of a hard blue sky, of mesquite trees flashing past, of Caleb's face tight with a fierce, desperate concentration. Time lost its meaning. There was only the pounding of the horse, the fire in his body, and the taste of blood in his throat. He drifted in and out of a gray, hazy fog. In the fog, he saw Miguel, not dead in the street, but sitting by a campfire, shaking his head slowly. He saw midnight, running free on a green prairie. He saw his Aunt Martha, her face sad, telling him she had expected better. He came to with a jolt. They were stopped by a creek, the horse drinking greedily. Caleb was trying to get water into Frank's mouth from his canteen. We have to keep moving, Caleb said. His voice was hoarse. They'll be coming. Frank looked at his own hands, covered in drying blood. He could feel the life pumping out of him with every beat of his heart. He was leaving a trail a blind man could follow. You have to leave me, Caleb, he whispered. The words were hard to form. No, Caleb said, his jaw set. We're getting out of this. We're getting to the money. Frank almost laughed, a wet gurgling sound. The money. The treasure that had cost them everything. The money doesn't matter. It's all that matters. Caleb said, his voice breaking. It's all we got left. He got Frank back on the horse, and they started again. The ride was slower now, the buckskin tiring. Frank knew they weren't gaining ground. They were losing it. He was an anchor, dragging Caleb down with him. He thought of the piece of map in his pocket, and the piece in Caleb's. He thought of Clayton, who would never stop hunting for them. Sometime late in the afternoon, with the sun beginning to drop toward the horizon, Frank knew he couldn't go on. Every breath was a battle. The gray fog was closing in for good. He summoned the last of his strength. He grabbed the saddle horn with his good hand and pushed himself upright. "Caleb," he said, his voice surprisingly clear. Caleb turned to look at him. Frank slid from the saddle. He didn't fall. He let himself go, landing in a heap in the tall prairie grass. "Frank." Caleb reined the horse in, jumping down beside him. "What are you doing?" "You ride," Frank said, looking up at the vast, empty sky. "You ride fast. Don't look back." "I'm not leaving you." "You are," Frank said. He reached into his shirt, his fingers fumbling, and pulled out the small waterproof tin. He opened it and took out the folded piece of oilcloth. He pressed it into Caleb's hand. "Take it. It's yours now." Tears were streaming down Caleb's face, cutting clean lines through the dust and grime. "Frank, Go," Frank commanded, the last of his authority, the last of his life in that single word. He closed his eyes. He could hear the sound of Caleb mounting the horse. He could hear the sound of the horse riding away, the hoofbeats growing fainter and fainter until they were gone, swallowed by the immense silence of the Texas plains. He was alone. The pain began to fade, replaced by a strange floating peace. The long ride was over. Chapter 21. The world came back one piece at a time. A ceiling, water-stained, with a dead fly trapped in a spiderweb in the corner. The smell of carbolic acid and stale linen. The low, guttural sound of his own breathing. And the pain. It was a living thing. A hot coal pressed against his side, another in his shoulder, a dull, heavy ache in his leg. He was in a bed. The sheets were coarse, stuck to his skin with sweat. He tried to move his head, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He lay still, letting the room settle. There was a man sitting in a straight-backed chair by the window. He wasn't looking at Frank. He was looking out at the street, at the slice of dusty road visible between the curtains. The man was in his shirt sleeves, his coat draped over the back of the chair. He was cleaning a pistol, the pieces laid out on a clean white handkerchief on his lap, his movements economical and precise. Major Samuel Clayton. Frank's throat was a desert. He tried to swallow. The sound was a dry rasp, like a snake slithering over gravel. Clayton stopped his work. He didn't look over. He just listened to the sound of a dying man trying to find moisture in his own mouth. "The doctor said you wouldn't wake up," Clayton said to the window. "He said the infection would take you in your sleep. He was wrong. You're a stubborn man, Cordell." He began reassembling the pistol, the metallic clicks sharp and clean in the quiet room. "My men found you 3 hours after the boy left you. You left a trail of blood a child could follow. You wanted us to find you. You wanted to give him a head start." He slid the cylinder back into the pistol's frame, spun it. A soft, satisfying whir. "It didn't work. We have him. A patrol picked him up an hour ago, 10 miles south of here. His horse had gone lame." Frank closed his eyes. Caleb. He had failed. The last sacrifice had been for nothing. "He had 2 pieces of a map on him," Clayton continued, his voice a calm, relentless drone. "One from his pocket, one from a tin in your saddlebag. Crude things. A tree. A number. A line that means nothing. I have 2 other pieces. One from a dead man in a fire, one from a dead man in a hotel. That leaves 1 piece. The Mexicans. Miguel Santos." He stood up and walked to the bed. He loomed over Frank, a tall gray shadow against the light from the window. "Where is he, Cordell?" Frank turned his head on the pillow. The effort was immense. He looked at the man who had hunted him, who had destroyed him. He saw no triumph in the Major's eyes. Only a cold, impatient hunger for the last piece of the puzzle. Go to hell, Frank whispered. The words were barely a puff of air. Clayton's face didn't change. I may. But you will get there first. And before you do, you will tell me what I want to know. He pulled the chair over and sat beside the bed. We have time. Not much, but enough. The death watch began. The sun crawled across the sky, the rectangle of light from the window moving across the floor up the wall. A fly buzzed against the glass. From the street below came the occasional sound of a horse, a wagon, a voice. Inside the room, there was only the sound of two men breathing. The money is a liability to the state, Clayton said, after an hour of silence. $40,000 in the hands of criminals. It cannot be allowed. It is a seed. It will grow into more robberies, more killing. Frank drifted. The pain was a tide, pulling him out, then pushing him back. He was in the street in Round Rock again, the sun beating down, the air full of smoke. He saw Miguel fall, his face full of surprise. It is a grave, Miguel had said. He was right. He was a good man, Frank murmured. Clayton leaned forward. Who was? Santos. The horse, Frank said, his eyes unfocused. Midnight. You shot my horse. Clayton leaned back, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. We can talk about horses, or we can talk about your friend, Caleb Wright. He's in a cell down the street. He's young. He's scared. He will hang. Unless, of course, his cooperation is noted. A man who helps the state recover stolen funds, a judge might look favorably on that. Frank's mind cleared for a moment. He saw the trap. Clayton wasn't just offering a deal. He was trying to poison what was left. To make Frank believe that Caleb would betray him, just like Eddie Nash had. Caleb won't talk, Frank said. Every man talks, Clayton said simply. It's just a matter of finding the right language. For you, it might be pain. Or thirst. For him, it is hope. He poured a glass of water from a pitcher on the nightstand. The sound was a torment. He held the glass up. Condensation beaded on the outside. Where did Santos go, Cordell? Frank turned his face away, toward the wall. He thought of the last piece of the map, the one with the bend in the creek, safe in Miguel's leather pouch. He imagined Miguel, a ghost in the hills, feeling the shift in the world, knowing something had gone wrong. He would wait. He would never be found. The doctor came in at dusk. He was a small man with whiskey on his breath and sad eyes. He unwrapped the bandages, his touch surprisingly gentle. The wounds were ugly, festering in the heat. He's burning up, the doctor said to Clayton. The shotgun pellets, they're still in there. The tissue is dying. It's poison. How long? Clayton asked. Tonight. Tomorrow morning, at the latest. The doctor redressed the wounds. He gave Frank a sip of water laced with laudanum. It was bitter, but it cooled his throat. It began to dull the edges of the pain, pulling him down into a warm, dark place. Leave the pitcher, Clayton said. When the doctor was gone, Clayton moved the lamp closer to the bed. The yellow light cast deep shadows on Frank's face, making it look like a skull. This is your last chance, Cordell, Clayton said, his voice low, urgent. Your legend ends in this room. A squall of death from a gut wound. No one will remember you as a hero. They will remember you as a thief who died in a rented bed. But the money can have a different story. Help me find it. Give your crimes a purpose. Let it be an endowment for the widows and orphans your kind creates. The laudanum was working, but through the haze, Frank saw the man's desperation. Clayton didn't care about widows and orphans. He cared about winning. He had the man, but the prize was still buried in the ground. He had won the battle, but he was losing the war. Frank gathered what was left of himself. He pushed himself up on one elbow, the movement sending a fresh, searing agony through his body. He looked directly at Clayton, his eyes clear for the first time. "You want to know where the money is, Major," he said, his voice a harsh rasp. Clayton leaned in, his face inches from Frank's. "Yes." "It's where you'll never find it," Frank said. He held the Major's gaze. "It's in a place where men like you don't exist." He fell back onto the pillow, the effort spent. A thin smile touched his lips. He had won. Clayton stood there for a long time, looking down at the broken man in the bed. He had been so close. He had all the pieces, but the man who knew how they fit together was slipping away, taking the secret with him into the dark. He had the outlaw, but the treasure was lost. Chapter 22. I brought you a visitor. The voice pulled Frank from a dream of cool, clear water. He opened his eyes. The lamp was turned low, but he could see the shape of Major Clayton standing by the door. Another man stood beside him, his shoulders slumped, his wrists shackled. Caleb. They brought him to the foot of the bed. Caleb's face was bruised, a cut above his eye swollen and purple. He wouldn't look at Frank. He stared at a spot on the floor, his shame a palpable thing in the small, hot room. "Tell him what you told me, son," Clayton said, his voice gentle. Caleb's head jerked up. He looked at Frank, his eyes pleading. "Frank, I had to. He said he'd hang me." "Tell him," Clayton repeated, his voice hardening. "I told him about the map," Caleb whispered, the words sticking in his throat. "That it was in 4 pieces. That Miguel had the last one." Frank looked past Caleb at Clayton. He saw the game. The Major was trying to break him with another man's weakness. "He's just a boy," Frank rasped. "He is a murderer," Clayton corrected him. "And he will hang. But his last days might be made more comfortable if you were to be cooperative." He gestured for the ranger at the door to take Caleb away. Caleb looked back as he was led out, his face a mask of misery. "Your loyalty is misplaced, Cordell. It's a currency these men don't value." Frank watched the door close. He felt a strange pity for Caleb, a boy who had wanted to be a legend and had ended up as a pawn. "It won't work, Major," Frank said. Clayton pulled his chair closer to the bed. The pretense was gone. His face was tight with frustration. "What do you want, Cordell? To die with a secret? What is the point of that?" "The point," Frank said, his mind drifting, the laudanum pulling him under, "is the promise. 40 a month, and found. A man does the work, he gets the pay." Clayton leaned forward, his eyes intent. 40,000. Is that the amount?" Frank's lips curved into a faint, dry smile. The Major was a fish, biting at every lure. The work was breaking horses. Wild things. You don't break them with a whip. You talk to them. You show them you ain't the fence. "You're delirious," Clayton said, sitting back. "No," Frank said. His eyes were open, but he was seeing a different room, a different time. He was seeing the Hutchins Ranch, smelling the dust and the sweat. "I'm remembering. A man ought to remember how he started. Before the scales got tipped." Clayton was silent for a long time. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the dark street. "You have a chance here to make a different kind of mark," Clayton said, his back to Frank. "The money you stole. It's tainted, but it could be cleaned. It could build a school, a hospital. Your name wouldn't be on it, but you would know. In whatever final judgment you face, you could offer that one act of redemption." Frank coughed, a deep wet sound that shook his whole body. "Redemption," he whispered when the fit had passed. "You talk about redemption. You, who sets men up to be slaughtered in the street. You, who uses a scared boy to break a dying man." Clayton turned from the window. The lamplight caught the hard planes of his face. "I use the tools the world gives me. I am a servant of the law. The law is what separates us from the animals, Cordell. The law, Frank said, is a fence built by the men who own the pasture. There ain't no justice in it. He shifted in the bed, a movement of pure agony. A man is responsible for what he does. I never shot a man who wasn't trying to kill me. I never stole from a man who hadn't stolen first. Can you say the same, Major? Can you say your hands are clean? My hands are clean because I serve a purpose higher than my own greed, Clayton shot back, his voice rising for the first time. Your purpose is a cage, Frank said. You want to put a fence around the whole world. Tame it. Break it. He paused, gathering his breath. Some things ain't meant to be broke. The room fell silent again. The only sound was the ragged rhythm of Frank's breathing. He was fading. He could feel it. The edges of the room were growing dark. Clayton came and stood over the bed one last time. His face was a mask of cold fury. He had lost. Who's responsible for this, Cordell? He demanded, his voice low and intense. For Santos, dead in the street. For the boy, who will feel a rope around his neck. For the dead Rangers? You started this. You must take responsibility for the end. Frank's eyes found Clayton's. For a moment, they were clear and sharp, the fever burned away by a final, defiant clarity. He had been running his whole life. From the cholera that took his parents. From the poverty of Louisiana. From the law. Now, at the end, he would not run from this. A man is responsible for what he takes, Frank said, each word a struggle. The world, it took from me. It took from us. So we took back. He drew a shuddering breath. The account is square. Damn you, Cordell, the money. Clayton's control finally snapped. He grabbed the front of Frank's soiled nightshirt. Where is the money? Frank looked at him. He saw not a ranger, not a lawman, but just another man, hungry and desperate for something he could not have. A final, faint smile touched Frank's lips. The creek knows, he whispered. Then his eyes, which had been locked on Clayton's, lost their focus. They stared past him, at the water-stained ceiling, at a place the Major could not see. A single, shallow breath rattled in his chest, and then was still. Major Samuel Clayton stood in the absolute silence of the room, his hands still gripping the shirt of a dead man. He was alone with the body, the unanswered questions, and the maddening, poetic final words of the outlaw who had beaten him. He slowly released his grip. Frank Cordell's head lolled to the side. The secret was gone. Chapter 23. Major Samuel Clayton stood in the silence and listened to the ghost of Frank Cordell's last words. The creek knows. It was a line from a poem, a riddle, a final act of defiance from a man who had nothing left to give but the withholding of it. The words hung in the hot, still air of the room, meaningless and yet containing everything. He looked down at the body. The outlaw's face was peaceful in the lamplight, the lines of pain and exhaustion smoothed away. He looked younger. Clayton felt a surge of cold, professional fury. He had the man, but the man had taken the victory with him into the dark. He began to search. He was a meticulous man. He started with the clothes Frank had been wearing, cutting them away from the body with a penknife. He searched the pockets, the seams, the sweat-stained collar. He found a single brass cartridge, a lint-covered coin from a Mexican cantina, and nothing else. He moved to the war bag the Rangers had recovered from Frank's horse. He dumped its contents onto the floor. A spare shirt worn thin at the elbows. A whetstone. A half-empty pouch of Bull Durham tobacco. A dog-eared copy of a book of poetry, Shakespeare's sonnets, its cover soft as buckskin from handling. He shook the book, riffled its pages. No hidden notes, no marks. Nothing. He went through the saddlebags, piece by piece. He found the waterproof tin, but it was empty. Frank had given the last piece to the boy. Clayton had the man's entire life spread out on the floorboards of a cheap hotel room, and it amounted to a handful of worn-out gear and a book of poems. There was no map. There were no clues. He left the room without a backward glance and walked down the dusty street to the jailhouse. The air had cooled slightly, the first hint of night a welcome relief. Caleb Wright sat on the edge of a cot in a 6-by-8-foot cell that smelled of stale sweat and despair. He looked up when Clayton entered, his eyes dull in the lantern light. Clayton didn't speak. He pulled a small stool over to the bars, sat down, and took a leather wallet from his inside coat pocket. He carefully extracted 4 pieces of oilcloth. 2 were clean. 1 was scorched. 1 was stained with a dead man's blood. He laid them out on the small shelf that served as a prisoner's table. "This is what it was all for, son," Clayton said, his voice quiet. "This is what got your friends killed. This is what is going to get you hanged." Caleb stared at the pieces of the map. He saw the tree, the number, the jagged line. He saw the piece Frank had given him, the one with the paces. He saw it all lying there, captured on a sheriff's desk. "Frank's dead," Caleb said. It wasn't a question. "He is," Clayton confirmed. "He died an hour ago." He said nothing. "He wouldn't," Caleb said, a flicker of the old pride in his voice. "But you will," Clayton said. "You are young. You have a life ahead of you, if you choose it. A long one. In a federal prison, perhaps, instead of at the end of a rope. A man who shows remorse, who aids the state. A judge takes note of such things." He pushed the map pieces closer to the bars. "Tell me where the last piece is. Tell me where Miguel Santos went." Caleb looked at the map, then at Clayton's face. He saw the hunger there, the raw, obsessive need to win. He thought of Frank, giving him the last piece of the map, giving him his life. He thought of Miguel, who had tried to warn them. Loyalty. "It's a currency these men don't value," Clayton had said. Maybe he was right. But it was the only currency Caleb had left. He leaned forward, his face close to the bars. "Go to hell," he whispered. Clayton's face hardened. "The sentiment seems to be popular among your associates. It will not, however, commute your sentence." "I ain't telling you nothing," Caleb said, finding a strength he didn't know he possessed. "You can hang me, but you'll never find that money. You'll spend the rest of your life wondering. That's my gift to you." Clayton stood up. He gathered the map pieces, his movements precise, and put them back in his wallet. He had misjudged the boy. The loyalty, it seemed, was real after all. It was foolish, it was suicidal, but it was real. "As you wish," he said. He walked out of the cell block, leaving Caleb alone in the dark with his decision. Clayton sent the telegram an hour later. It went to a ranger sergeant stationed in a San Antonio hotel, a man who had been watching a gambler named Tommy Vale for 2 weeks. The message was brief. "Detain subject Vale. Transport to Austin for questioning. Use discretion." The reply came back before dawn. It was even briefer. "Subject departed hotel yesterday morning. Destination unknown. Discretion no longer an option." Clayton read the flimsy and let it fall to his desk. Vale was gone. The con man had felt the tremor in the web and had slipped away before the spider could get to him. Another ghost. He was left with nothing but ghosts and broken pieces. Frank Cordell was dead. Caleb Wright was going to hang. The rest of the gang, the men like Tommy Vale, had vanished, scattered to the 4 winds like ashes. The story of the Round Rock shootout was in every newspaper in Texas within a week. It was a story of heroism, of brave lawmen putting an end to a notorious gang of train robbers. Major Samuel Clayton was hailed as a hero, the man who had tamed the Dynamite Gang. But a different story began to circulate, Not in the newspapers, but in the quiet places. It was told in whispers over warm beer in saloons, around campfires on the cattle trail, in the bunkhouses of 100 ranches. It was the story of Frank Cordell's treasure. $40,000, some said. 100,000, said others. A fortune in gold and Union Pacific greenbacks, buried somewhere in the vast empty heart of Texas. They said the map was torn in pieces, that the secret had died with the outlaws. The location was a mystery. Some said Denton Creek. Others said the Pease River. Every man who had ever crossed a creek in North Texas had a theory. The hunt for Frank Cordell was over. But the hunt for his treasure had just begun. In his office in Austin, Major Clayton locked the 4 pieces of oilcloth in a small iron box. He put the box in the bottom drawer of his desk. He had the body, he had the conviction, he had the commendations. He had won. But every time he closed his eyes, he heard a dying man's whisper. The creek knows. And he knew, with a certainty that would gnaw at him for the rest of his days, that he had lost. Chapter 24. The year the last of the buffalo were shot out, and the first automobile coughed its way down a Dallas street, 3 men were digging a hole by Denton Creek. The creek was the same, a slow green ribbon of water under a hot Texas sun. The world had changed around it. Barbed wire now sliced the prairie into neat squares, and the railroad, once a target, was now just a way to get from one place to another without raising a sweat. The man with the shovel was young, maybe 20, his face flushed red with effort and belief. His name was Billy. The man leaning against a cottonwood, smoking a thin, hand-rolled cigarette, was named Harker. He was a hired gun, his face a roadmap of bad decisions, and he didn't believe in anything but a paycheck. The man in charge, the one with the map, was named Elias Thorne. He was a history professor from a small college in Ohio, a man who had fallen in love with a legend and was now trying to dig it out of the ground. Anything? Thorne asked, his voice thin and academic. He wiped sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief that was turning gray with dust. Billy's shovel struck a rock with a dull thud. He cursed, the sound swallowed by the heat. Nothing but rocks and roots, Mr. Thorne. Same as yesterday. The map is precise, Thorne insisted, unfolding the paper for the dozenth time that day. It wasn't a map. It was a copy of a copy, a drawing made from a description given by a ranger who had seen the pieces on Major Clayton's desk 20 years ago. It showed a tree, a number, a jagged line. The oak tree, the bend in the creek. It has to be here. Harker took a long drag from his cigarette and blew the smoke out in a lazy plume. Maybe the man who drew it was drunk. Maybe the ranger who described it was a liar. Maybe there ain't no money. There is money, Thorne said, a fanatic's gleam in his eye. Frank Cordell was a meticulous man. He wouldn't have gone to his death to protect a ghost. From a ridge a quarter-mile away, an old man watched them. He sat a quiet gray mare, his back straight, his face the color and texture of a dried apricot. His hair was white, pulled back in a neat queue. It was Miguel Santos. He was 70 years old. He had a small ranch now, south of the border, with a wife and grandchildren who knew him only as a quiet man who was good with horses. He watched the 3 men toil under the sun. He had seen others like them over the years. Men with maps, with theories, with divining rods and desperate dreams. They came and went like the seasons. They always dug in the same place, under the biggest, most obvious oak tree by the most obvious bend in the creek. He watched the professor, a man who had read too many books, try to force a story to fit the land. He watched the hired gun, who was just waiting for the professor's money to run out. He watched the boy, who was digging for a hero. Miguel knew the truth. Frank hadn't been a hero. He'd been a man pushed into a corner, a man who had decided to push back. He had been loyal, and he had been deadly. And he had been smart. He would never have buried his secret in a place a fool could find. "It's the number," the professor was saying, his voice carrying on the still air. 37. 37 paces. But from where? The lightning scar on the trunk. The split rock. "We've pasted off from every damn rock and stump in this county," Harker said, his voice flat with boredom. "All we've gotten is blisters." The boy, Billy, stopped digging. He leaned on his shovel, breathing hard. "They say Cordell's ghost still rides this creek, looking for his money." Harker laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "The only ghosts out here, kid, are the ones in your head. A man dies, he's dirt. Same as that hole you're digging." Miguel watched the sun begin to slide toward the west, painting the underside of the clouds orange and purple. He had his own ghosts. He saw Frank, his face grim in the firelight as he tore the map. He saw Caleb, his eyes wild with a desperate hope that had gotten him hanged. He saw Jimmy Prescott and Elias Finch, men who had died for a share of something they would never spend. He was the last one, the only one who knew that the map wasn't just the 4 pieces Clayton had found. It was 5. He had the 5th piece, the one Frank had drawn for him alone, the one that explained the other 4. It showed a different bend in the creek, a mile upstream, a place that looked like nothing at all. It showed a cluster of 3 small, unremarkable elm trees, not one great oak. It was a map of misdirection. Frank had buried a treasure, and then he had buried the map to the treasure under a lie. The professor finally folded his paper map. The hope was draining out of him, leaving his shoulders slumped. "We'll try again tomorrow. On the other side of the creek. The pay's the same whether we dig or not," Harker said, grinding out his cigarette under his boot heel. The boy looked at the hole they had dug, at the pile of raw earth beside it. He looked disappointed, as if he had expected to find more than just dirt. As if he had expected to find a story that made sense. Miguel watched them pack their gear and ride away. 3 men chasing a legend that had been born of desperation and betrayal. He waited until they were gone, until the sound of their horses had faded and the silence of the prairie had returned. He nudged his gray mare forward down the slope toward the creek. He didn't look at the big oak tree or the freshly dug hole. He rode past it, his eyes on the setting sun. He had not come here for them. He had come for himself. The ghosts were getting louder lately. It was time, after 20 years, to go and see what they had to say. Chapter 25. Miguel Santos rode upstream, away from the scarred earth and the ghosts of other men's greed. The setting sun was at his back, stretching his shadow long and thin before him, a dark rider chasing him into the twilight. The gray mare moved with a steady, ground-eating walk. She knew this man. She knew his silences. He rode for a mile, the landscape unchanging. This was the genius of Frank's plan. The country here was a relentless repetition of itself. The same shallow creek, the same dusty grass, the same low rolling hills. There was nothing to mark 1 mile from the next, unless you knew what to look for. He stopped where the creek made a shallow, almost unnoticeable bend to the north. There was no great oak here. There were 3 small, gnarled elm trees, huddled together as if for comfort against the vast emptiness. They were the kind of trees a man would ride past 1,000 times and never see. He dismounted. The air was cooling, the fierce heat of the day bleeding out into a purple sky. He stood for a long time, just looking at the trees. He wasn't a man given to fancy, but he could feel them here. The ghosts. They were quieter here, away from the noise of the treasure hunters. They were just waiting. "Hola, Francisco," he said. The words were a low murmur, lost in the whisper of the evening breeze. "It has been a long time." He took a leather pouch from around his neck. It was the same one he had worn for 20 years. The leather was dark with sweat and age, supple as a second skin. He opened it and took out a small folded piece of oilcloth. His piece of the map. The key. It showed this bend in the creek, these 3 trees. On the back, in Frank's neat, careful script, was a single sentence: "The oak is a liar." He walked to the middle elm. He looked for the lightning scar Frank had mentioned, a detail from another piece of the map, the one Frank had held himself. He found it, a pale, jagged line running down the trunk, almost invisible now, healed over with thick bark. He paced off the 37 steps, his stride shorter now than it had been 20 years ago, his hip aching with a dull, familiar fire. He stopped and looked down. The ground was undisturbed. No one had ever dug here. No one had ever known to look. He didn't have a shovel. He hadn't come for that. He knelt, the dry grass crackling under his knees, and began to dig with his hands. The topsoil was loose, but underneath it was the same hard, red clay. He dug until his fingers were raw, until the last of the light was gone and the stars had come out, a brilliant cold spray across the blackness. His fingers touched something hard, flat. Not a rock. Wood. He cleared the dirt away, his breath coming in short, harsh bursts. It was a box, a small chest made of cedar, bound with iron straps. It had been built to last. He found the latch, stiff with rust and time, and worked it open. He didn't need a lamp to see what was inside. The moon was bright enough. It was the money. Stacks of Union Pacific greenbacks bundled with twine. Canvas sacks of gold coin, the metal gleaming with a faint, greedy light. It was all there. $40,000. A king's ransom. The price of 5 men's lives. He reached in and touched a stack of the paper money. It felt dry, brittle. Dead. It was just paper. Just metal. It held no magic. It held no redemption. It was the answer to a question no one was asking anymore. "We did it, Frank," he whispered to the night. "We got paid." He saw Frank's face then, not as the dying man in Round Rock, but as the quiet cowboy who had first ridden into the Hutchins ranch. The man who could gentle a wild horse with just his voice. The man who had been cheated and had decided the world needed to be cheated back. The account is square. Was it? Miguel looked at the money. It could buy him 1,000 head of cattle. It could send his grandchildren to schools in the East. It could build a fine house with a porch where he could sit and watch the sun go down without the ache in his hip. It could buy him a life without work, without worry. He thought of his wife, her hands wrinkled from making tortillas, her smile that was the only sunrise he needed to see. He thought of his grandchildren, their laughter a better currency than gold. He had a life. He had earned it not with a gun, but with his hands, with his patience, with the quiet work of the years. He had done the one thing Frank and the others had never been able to do. He had found a place to stop running. To take this money now would be to invite the ghosts into his home. It would be to become one of them. He closed the lid of the chest. The sound was a soft, final thud. He pushed the dirt back into the hole with his hands, then his boots, packing it down. He scattered leaves and twigs over the spot, just as they had done all those years ago. He stood up, his joints creaking. He looked at the 3 small trees, at the quiet bend in the creek. "It is yours, my friend," he said. "It was always yours." He made his peace. With Frank. With Caleb, the foolish brave boy. With Jimmy and Finch. He forgave them their greed, their fear, their hope. He forgave himself for surviving. He walked back to the gray mare, who had been waiting patiently, grazing on the sparse grass. He swung himself into the saddle, the movement slow, careful. He did not look back. He rode south, toward the border, toward the life he had made. The treasure remained, under the 3 elm trees, guarded by ghosts, and a secret that had finally been laid to rest. It would wait, under the sun and the stars, for a treasure hunter who would never come, for a story that had no ending. The creek was quiet. It knew, and it wasn't telling. Love audiobooks? Get over 100 Wild Western audiobook on YouTube. Subscribe for full listens, no fluff. Wild Western Roundup. Want even more action-packed adventures in the Wild West? Join the posse. Download your free copy of Wrangler today. Or keep reading the Rip Campbell Wild Western series in Amazon. The end.